$1.7 million. That was the initial request that was withdrawn in the sense that you're trying to formulate how best to apportion the monies. And this would be, so this is a flat, what would be the exact grant amount for each judge?
It would be $110,000 per judge.
Okay. And that's under the proposal that's being presented to us today at 7.2.1, correct? 100,000?
Yes, that 110,000. That's correct, Chairman.
I'm trying to negotiate down.
Full-time,
Part-times would be
you got three
prorated.
categories I remember.
Right.
Full-time, part-time,
Part-time.
half-day, part-time,
Right.
quarter day or something.
So it would be just like in the
Various.
code now with the 85 per circuit, it would be prorated for the number of days for the part-time judges. As of who's sitting there now, or at the beginning of the session, or whatever date y'all decide to put.
So it's not per judge, it's based upon whether they're full-time, part-time status with them.
Yes, sir. There's a proration
Yes,
based on a 4-day part-time, 3-day part-time,
That's it,
2-day
yeah.
part-time,
One
one
day
day a
part-time.
week, and that's all determined locally by the Superior Court, the needs of that particular juvenile court in that particular circuit.
So then is it 110,000 per full-time judge?
That's correct. And
with,
then it would be
with
prorated.
additional prorations
Proration, yes, sir.
for the part-time?
Right.
Is that clear as mud to everybody? Yeah. Other questions? We're going to revisit this a little more detail at a later date, but I want to give an overview to the committee. Great. Well, thank you all very much for being here today and the service that the juvenile court judges provide to the statewide.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Chairman.
Thank you, Judge.
Committee.
All right, next on our agenda, it's going to be, let's see, what we got here. Where's the next list go? Corrections. Yeah. We have Department of Corrections. We have a new commissioner, Greg Dozier, and also we have our budget person is Peter Adams. If y'all could come up and join us. Is Scott with you today? Good. Congratulations, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. I would, while they're passing that out, like to probably introduce some familiar faces, but also maybe some new faces. We have Scott Pointevin, our Assistant Commissioner over Executive Operations. We have Peter, who's passing out as our Budget Director. Have probably a new face sitting next to me, Director of Health Services, Randy Sauls. He comes to us from a number of years down in the Valdosta area, running that hospital down that way, so we're very pleased to have him with us today. I have Tim Ward, basically our Deputy Chief of Staff. Many of y'all know Tim. Ricky Myrick has taken Tim's role and now is overall facility operations. Have I left? Jay Sanders. Jay Sanders comes back to corrections and basically took Buster Evans' slot, so he's overall the education, inmate services side of the house. So as you guys have questions and seek for answers, you may run into these individuals. I'm just glad they joined me today. As we go through our presentation today, I was going to hit a quick highlight of the current standing of the agency and then talk about our two items that's in that workload adjustment. It's on page 8, I believe, of your document. But as you look through, and I'll skip to page 3, just an overview of the state of Georgia and the facilities we have. We have 91 state facilities. One of the things in the past that this committee has been...
Just one second, let me make sure we get
Yes,
everybody
sir.
on the same page, because we're going to, we got we have track sheets up here plus
Yes,
your
sir.
PowerPoint. So you're talking about page 3 of your PowerPoint?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
And I
Okay.
believe you guys are on page 8 of your tracking sheets, if I recall
Page 8
correctly.
of 17 for the amended budget, that's right. Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Okay. On page 3 of the PowerPoint we handed out, just gives you a feel for the facilities that are around the state. As you see, we have 33 state facilities, 4 private, 23 county facilities, 13 transitional centers, 7 probation detention centers, 10 RSAT programs, which includes our 2 integrated treatment facilities, and then 1 parole revocation center. As you move into, and this is a monthly dashboard that we do for our board members, so I felt like it's something we wanted to make sure that you guys saw. But if you look at page 4, it starts giving you an overview of our dashboard that we measure monthly. You'll see in the top left corner of that our current standing population as of November was 52,934. You'll also see on the right side top corner that our standing population is about 67% that are incarcerated for violent offenses. And when you look at our security levels, about 72% of that total population is in the medium category. One of the things that we're tracking, and I can't tell you definitively today, but we believe that medium category is shifting closer to the close or the high security side of that category. So while you see 72%, the violent population has grown to that 67%, which is what we hope to do through CJ reform. Those are both good indicators. But we see that medium population actually moving to the left as well. A great indicator is the commitments. As you look at what's coming into the system and what's exiting, we typically have about 18,000 individuals leave the prison system a year. As we mentioned last year, Commissioner Bryson mentioned that 18,042 commitments in 2015 was the lowest number of commitments the state had seen since 2009. I'm sorry, since 2002. 2009 hit a high point of about 21,655 commitments. So quite a difference as you look at what's coming into our system versus leaving. So when you look at 18,000 coming in and 18,000 leaving, that kind of explains the top graph where our standing population has stayed pretty static at that 52,000 level. As we move to page 5 in this chart, you'll see more of our safe and secure facilities and some of our benchmarks. You'll see in the top left side that we've had 2 homicides and 5 suicides this year. You'll move over, and one of the things that we fight daily is a contraband, something that we've talked to this committee about for numbers of years, but you'll see the cell phones, drugs, weapons, and throw-over numbers. That's something we, along with your assistance, every year you guys give us assistance financially to help us on that, but we're doing that through managed access, netting, lighting, body scanners going into the systems, control shakedowns, rapid ID, cell sense devices, cameras, a field training officer that's been initiated, and a multitude of other areas where we're fighting that contraband that's inside the prison, which has its own economy. A lot of the things we deal with relates to that economy of contraband. One of our great things, and appreciate Representative Green pointing out our fire services, but our fire services team, we have 19 fire departments across the state that provide services. Many of those services, it's just amazing. When you look, we've had 275 responses this year. But some of the bigger ones is we had 33 firefighters fighting the North Georgia fires during that time that we were fighting those fires. We also had, I can't remember how many inmates were out doing cleanup for Hurricane Matthew and then the tornado that was just mentioned earlier. But every time there's an event across the state, we try to make sure that the inmate firefighters are given back to the community because they're in there because they took something away from that community. So very proud of those efforts. And Sean Womble, who leads that team on our part, he does a phenomenal job. And quite frankly, there's a lot of success stories when those individuals get out as well. Very proud that we have a gentleman named Alima Mims, who's a training lieutenant at the Augusta Fire Department now, that learned his skills while he was incarcerated and has come out and does a phenomenal job now that he's out and trains other firemen and is truly a leader. And he's given back to the system. He's come back in and talked to some of our offenders to make them realize that those opportunities that are placed before them can have a generational change when they get out if they take advantage of them. When you look down at the bottom 2 graphs, 1 assault's too many assaults, but I am proud to see that both last year the assaults trended down at an average of 78 per month on inmate and 33 per month on inmate and staff, and they're trending even lower than that. So I believe our efforts as far as hardening the facilities that you guys have supported so much over the years, the efforts on that front portal shakedown, the efforts on making sure that we have the tier segregation that provides the opportunity for those offenders who want to do good to do good. We're seeing a difference in that behavior while, as you noticed on the first slide, our violent population has increased. So that's really a good trend there. Page 6, when you're looking at our inmate services, and we'll delve a little more into this. As you guys will recall, part of your request last year was that we give you a report out on our education efforts, and we'll have a full report out to you guys in this next week. But you'll see a few excerpts on the next couple of pages from that full report out to you. This is the benchmarks that we do, and I'm going to skip over the GED and the vocational because on the next couple of pages we have some greater detail on those. But if you do look, two of the programs that you guys have funded and supported and are making a difference is diesel mechanics and welding. You'll see on the following pages we've actually instituted an advanced welding now. And as I mentioned Mr. Mims earlier, as far as the fire safety, we have a gentleman named Mr. Turner who has gotten out and actually participated in the first welding graduation that was funded 2 years ago. And he now is a very productive citizen welding in the free world, and like Mr. Mims, he's come back and given back to the system. Our female transitional center in Atlanta, he came back and painted the room where the children and the ladies come back and be reunited. He did an awesome mural of trees and things that I just wish I could paint, but you walk in and you feel like you're actually in a daycare room where those mothers can actually reunite with their kids. Looking at the bottom left, phenomenal support in our chaplains and volunteers. We have approximately 3,400 volunteers every month that come into the prison system, really trying to make a difference. And you'll see many of that is in the worship service area. We had 39,000 offenders attend worship services last month with over 860 worship services across the state. As you flip to page 7, you'll start seeing some of the highlights on education, and I can't share how proud I am of corrections, but also of the state and your support in this area. As you look in every area as far as our education and our OJT and our vocational programs, the numbers are up and really starting to hit stride. You know, anytime you start funding an effort, it takes a little while for it to get up and running. And if you'll recall, we'll look at some GED numbers in a minute, but we had plummeted down to about 400 GEDs a few years ago. And you'll see this year that we're on track to have, our goal was 2,000, but we're going to surpass the 2,000 this fiscal year of GEDs, and we'll have that on the next chart. But some of the numbers here, GED graduates are projected from 1,200 to over 2,000. Our charter school graduates, as you know, we have one male and one female charter school. We're projected to have over 70 graduates this year. Our vocational and OJT programs, we're projected to have over 5,000. And then you look at our enrollment numbers below that. In education, we have right at 10,000 individuals enrolled today. And in our OJT and vocational programs, we have right at 6,000. If you double that for the fiscal year, last year we had at the end of the year about 25,000 folks enrolled in programs. We should be over 30,000 this year as you look at the end of this fiscal year. So you're seeing numbers in every area going up as far as making a difference, hopefully, in that recidivism rate. And we are seeing early indicators of recidivism going down. Through criminal justice reform, we've seen it notched down. We're just over 26% recidivism within 3 years returning to our facilities. Prior to 3 years ago, it was closer to 28, so we're seeing that notched down and going in the right way. As you flip to page 8, you'll see basically the same information I just mentioned, but a little more visual. And you can see that in GEDs in the top left corner, in fiscal year 15, we had 472. I apologize, I've got mine smaller than y'all's. I'm going to have to put on my glasses here. In fiscal year 16, we had 1,224. And this year, year to date, we're at 1,059. And everything's showing it will be over 2,000 this year. When you look at our charter school, we currently have 99 enrolled. When you look at the inception of the program, we have 71 graduates total. But as you look at this year's numbers, you've got 6 graduating from Burris, which is our males. 8 graduating from Burris, which is our male facility, 6 from Arundel. However, we have, of the 99 that are enrolled today, we anticipate over 50 graduating from both of those programs, and we should hit right at 74 graduates this year in the charter school program. And then the vocational is just another way at looking at it, but once again, right at 6,000 folks enrolled in vocations. When you look at the blue charts, those are completions. And you can see the completions for fiscal year 17. Currently, we have 605, and we have 755 in the OJT. As you can imagine, the different vocational and OJT programs have different cycles. We will, even though it looks like it's behind track on the 1,800 and the 2,400 from last year, we will eclipse both of those numbers this year based on the cycle of graduations.
Now, Mr. Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
one of the things we were looking at when we asked about this last year was, and this may be in the slide coming up, but is looking at, okay, if we have a total enrollment, or let's say we have from Burgess, if we have 8 that graduate in fiscal year 17, how many of those recidivate?
Yes.
What is the correlation between those that obtain a charter school graduation through the Department of Corrections, or they successfully complete their OJT, and then looking to say, okay, what percentage of those that complete find their way back in? And that way we can really see a measure of the success of the educational program in keeping those individuals from returning.
Yes, sir. I do have a chart in this massive book that Scott put together for me, and we'll get that to you. I couldn't flip to it real quickly.
That's
but
fine.
it gives you the different programs that we have and the recidivism rate.
Okay.
But there is a return on your investment in that area.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, just go ahead, Terry.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I just want to speak to that just a second. I had the pleasure of, at the charter school graduation last year at Arundel, and I don't know, where they are right now or what they're doing or whatever, but I can tell you that from my perspective and seeing the Arundel people out in the community that have taken jobs and stayed in the area or whatever, we're on the right track.
Yes,
and
sir.
I want to commend you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would really like to invite all of you that any program that has a graduation in your area, I'd love for you to make a trip to see it. I had the chance right before the Christmas holidays to ride down to Macon State Prison, and they had a GED graduation there. We had 26 young men graduate with their GED. Quite frankly, as you looked across it, I asked the warden, I said, tell me about these men. I want to know, where are they in their behavior in our facilities right now? And you had 5 honor graduates up there. They tested the highest in the facility, and in the testing group. And one of the young men was actually in a segregation cell for his behavior. And as they walked around and talked, he told them he wanted to be in that GED program. How did he get in it? And you talked to him that day, and his grandmother, his mother wasn't there, but his grandmother came and his sister came. He was from Savannah. And I tell you, it was very warming to see how thrilled they were to see their son, who dropped out of school when he was in middle school, to be getting his GED that day. And the warden was saying it was amazing to see his behavior change. Now, he's the success story you want to talk about. Also, as I went through those 26, there was another success story of a gentleman who was having a hard time in adult basic education. He had tried and tried and tried and had failed and had almost given up, and he was that day getting his GED. And then I had a couple others in there that he had to let out of segregation for fighting to get their GED that day. And so I had the opposite end. I had a couple of young men who had gotten that GED but hadn't really changed that cognitive behavior yet. And it was a good opportunity to me personally to stress to them that their behavior dictates their outcomes and their opportunities in life, both in prison and in the free world. And it was a chance for me to talk to their loved ones, who most of them came to this graduation. So, like you said, we're on the right direction. We're changing lives for generational change, and the opportunities are there. The offenders have to take them, though. It's no different inside the system than it is in our school systems. There's plenty of opportunities if they'll take advantage.
I'll also say that as far as as Arendelle goes, the fire system is unbelievable.
Thank you. Only, and I'll have to brag on them, the only female firefighting unit in the nation. Does a phenomenal job.
Let me tell you something, they'll hang with anybody any day.
They will.
Mr.
They
Chairman,
will.
ask a question of the commissioners, this is the point. When they get a GED, does it show a GED or does it show like a high school graduation?
It show, if they go through the charter school,
Yes, sir.
it is a high school degree from Foothills Charter School.
Okay, because I know,
If they get a GED, it says GED.
and I asked that question, they do that in the juvenile facilities, Mr. Johns, isn't that right? They have a special name as opposed to saying a GED.
Yes, sir.
They recognize they've graduated like a high school, so when they go to someplace, I've got a high school diploma.
Now, in fairness, we do that with all our vocational certificates.
Yes,
They
sir.
all come from the technical schools. We contract with the technical
Good,
schools to
good.
provide the training, and it actually comes from them. The GED is a state GED, so it doesn't say
Yeah, it makes a
Department of
difference, I
Corrections
think, the way they
GED.
maybe looked upon by having that as opposed to saying I got a high school diploma.
Yes, sir.
Might be something to consider looking how they do it with the juvenile
Absolutely.
system.
Absolutely.
It's a great thing, and I'm so pleased to
Thank
see
you.
the changes that are being made.
Yeah. And, Mr. Chairman, we'll get you the full report within the next week.
Great
Um,
strides.
If there's no other questions, I'll move into the two budget items that you have before you. Page 9 gives you an overview of our full budget. You can see that we're at 1.1 million with just over 11,000 positions and 1,500 vehicles. As you'll see on there, the three major cost drivers by program is what you would expect it to be in any operation. It's those frontline facilities. You got 605 million with the state prisons. Your next biggest one is our 4 private prisons. And then the next cost driver is healthcare at $204 million. I would like to say that we've talked about it before in this committee. If you go back and look at the audit that was done, I believe it was December of 2014 by Department of Audits, you can see a full expense overview of health services in Department of Corrections. When you look at those numbers, back in 2010, we spent $209 million. In 2016, we ended up spending $207 million. And so as you look at Department of Corrections, the agency, prior to my tenure being here, along with the help of GCHC, Augusta State University, has done a phenomenal job keeping that budget fairly flatline. But as we go into this year's budget request, there's 2 major items, both of those in that healthcare area. That's why I'm spending a little time on it before we get to those items. As you flip to your next page, it's the first of those items, and it's in reverse on your tracking sheet. It should be on page 8, and it's item 19.5.2. And it will be the same both for the amended fiscal year 17 as well as for the fiscal year 18 budget. And that is a request of an additional $23,290,114 for pharmaceutical cost increased. The majority of that $23 million is tied directly to the Hep C. 16 million, just over 16 million of it is. And as you look at the remaining amount, one is basically just an inflationary cost driver of about 4 million, but then also some general meds at just over 2 million, our HIV at just over 1 million, and our chemotherapy at 250,000. Those items is driving the daily cost up. When you look at it, we've talked about Hep C in the past. That 16 million will basically cover 320 inmates for a year. And we have gotten the 340B pricing. We talked about that a year ago, and we hadn't quite got that set up. So I am proud to say that the partnership with Augusta has gotten the 340B pricing set up. There's multiple drugs that treat Hep C, so the price varies. But 85% of those individuals who test positive for Hep C can be treated with a drug called Harvoni. Harvoni went from, last year, was from $91,000 for the 12-week treatment down to $41,000 this year. And the Sovaldi, who makes up the remaining amount, wasn't quite as much savings. It went from $80,000 down to $57,000. And when you look at that hybrid cost at treating 320 inmates is where that 16 million comes from. The state does not treat all inmates. That's one of the big debates across the nation right now. As you know, the Federal Bureau of Prison does not either. But there is a big push across the nation, especially in our veteran affairs, to identify anyone who has Hep C and treat them with the treatment no matter what stage they're in. That treatment is pretty phenomenal, meaning it's the first time ever that a viral infection can be cured. So no longer are we treating and putting in remission, but this drug therapy puts it into, it actually cures the Hep C. Having said that, we test folks based on the symptoms. And we believe, based on the numbers we have, that we will probably identify around 1,000 individuals with Hep C. And of those 1,000, those that get to the cirrhosis level of the treatment, which is where we then actually treat the disease, will be that 320 that I mentioned earlier, which that 16 million is based on. Giving you some other ideas of just, we've talked about an aging population, a violent population, but just some generic stats here. And Randy, you please jump in if I butcher any of this or if you want to add to it. But as you look prescription-wise, just to give you an idea, we issue 103,000 prescriptions per month. And we've seen over the last couple of years that increase by 31,000 prescriptions a year. We have seen our population, while the average age of our population hasn't moved much, the ages on each end have kind of shifted. So if you look at our 55 years and older population, it's increased by 9.3%, while our 18 to 25-year-old population has decreased by 10%. So when you look at why is prescriptions going up, why is the cost going up on health care, some of it has to do with the population we have and the length of time they're staying. Others has to do with inflationary increases that we're now seeing. Generic meds have gone up 14%, that's what I'm being told by AU. And so while you look at it, that's where the 23,290,000 has showed up. Mr. Chairman, before I move to the next healthcare item, do you want me to pause and answer any questions on it?
Yes, let's see the questions. Any questions from members of the committee? Could you, just I wanted to flesh this out a little bit more, explain to the committee more about what hepatitis C is and how is it communicated from, and what is the treatment regimen?
Be glad to, Mr. Chairman. Hepatitis C is a virus that basically resides in the liver and does its damage in the liver. It's the baby boomer disease. We've probably seen commercials on television recently where they address those children born after the age of between 1946 and 1964. We're that age group, me, is the most culpable generation to acquire and have acquired hepatitis C. Hepatitis C is a very silent disease. It doesn't manifest itself until very late in the stage of the disease. About 30% of the people will shed the virus after they acquire it. Only 1 to 4% of people will go to liver failure and liver cancer, where they'll actually have to have a liver transplant. It's the other 65 to 70% of those patients that move through liver disease progression and then struggle with the disease. It's graded in F1 through F4. F1s and F2s generally do very well. They may live their life with an F1 or F2 grade disease. That's the cirrhosis or the ability of the liver to metabolize and function. It's when they become F3s and F4s that begin to go in liver failure, become jaundiced, begin having problems with general body metabolism, and eventually will die with the disease. It's those F3s and F4s that we treat. And the most common cause is unprotected sex and blood-to-blood contact. Those are the general causes of the disease. You can't sneeze, you can't have urine or feces thrown on you to contract the disease. It's direct blood-to-blood contact. Many healthcare workers contracted the disease in the day before we had universal precautions, and we learned to use gloves and hand wash and those kinds of things. So a lot of healthcare workers contracted the disease in the 70s and 80s and did not, or not made aware of it. Now you have general broad testing of healthcare workers and other first responders now. So that's basically the disease. It is a virus. And I'm very impressed with Greg's quick knowledge and quick study of the disease process. But we do have a cure, and that cure was not readily available until about 2012, 13, and 14. And then the adoption by physicians over the last several years to use the drugs available have created the wonder of the pharmaceutical industry to create a cure for a very common and problematic virus.
Using needles, common use of needles.
Direct,
is one of
yes,
the
sir,
biggest.
direct blood contact, needles, unprotected sex, blood-to-blood contact. Those are the things that transmit the virus.
What is the treatment regimen and associated costs with just treating the symptoms of it as opposed to curing?
Well, the treatment of symptom would be, once the disease, it's the flu-type virus, this the disease, monitoring the disease, the fibrogenin of the disease. The disease itself may not cause immediate problems, but once it does become an F3, you begin to have liver failure. Liver enzymes begin to go up, and you begin to not be able to function appropriately, and the liver itself begins to deteriorate. Become bloated, the lymphatic system becomes malfunction. You begin to swell. You can't dispel your fluid through your lymphatic system, and it's just a major problem with it when it becomes untreated. The treatment, though, is 84 tablets for 84 days, 1 dose a day for 84 days of several variations of drugs. Greg mentioned 2 of the very most common drugs. There are really 4 drugs. Those other drugs are also used when they're co-infected with HIV. They also cause some problems. So they use some cocktails with some other drugs, but the same effect. The failure rate is pretty small. It's only around 10% is the failure rate. So if you're on the treatment, you're generally cured. There's some that will fail, and if they do, they'll wait and retry them on a different drug. There are various genotypes of the drug. Different drugs attack different genotypes. But 1 tablet a day for 84 days, and the cost of treatment is around $41,000, our cost, to treat an inmate.
It's $41,000 for the
For the 84-dose treatment.
84, okay.
Mhm. Sometimes you'll see it monthly, but it's a 3 28-pill packs, which is about $41,000. That makes 84 days.
So it's like $500 a day.
Yes, but it works.
Okay.
Making the legislature.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Okay. Page 12, you'll see our second request, and that's the last of our requests, both of them in the healthcare area. It's on it's item 19.5.1 on your tracking sheet, both in the amended fiscal year as well as fiscal year 18, and you'll see both figures there. It's a 3-year request. However, we'll have to come back next year for the 3rd year, but you have all 3 years on this sheet, so you see the total cost. But that's to move to an electronic health record system. It's something that we need desperately in the department. If you imagine 54,000 offenders who move from facility to facility and have to have health care needs met in a variety of ways, doing that by paper and pencil as we do it today was never more vivid to me than when we had to evacuate Coastal State Prison during Hurricane Matthew. As I was down there, myself and Mr. Ward were down there, 2 things became evident as we were trying to get those individuals moved into a safe facility across the state. And we started around 4 o'clock that day and got the last offender out of the facility around 7:30 that next morning. When you saw 69 individuals in wheelchairs that had to be transferred in a gym in a secure manner, that'll make your jaw drop. But number 2 was trying to figure out how to move all the health records. And I'll be honest, for a while I kept seeing the buses pull up, and we were doing secure check of the offenders as they loaded on those buses to go to wherever they were going. And I kept seeing these huge boxes being loaded under the bus. And I kept wondering, you know how you wonder something but you don't ask. It took me quite a while. And finally I said, somebody tell me what all those boxes are we're taking. And it was the offender's health record along with the medicine that they needed. And the next day when I got up and I traveled around, we housed them in a multitude of gyms and other facilities across the state. And I went and hit about 6 of those different gyms. And it was amazing to see the medical pill dispensing going on that day and how well we did on making sure that paper record and medicine went with that offender. In some cases, we had a box go to a wrong facility. And we had to move that box very quickly from that other facility to the facility that was housing that individual because they needed that medicine that day. And so as unfortunate as Hurricane Matthew was, it was very enlightening to me to see the true need in that perspective when it comes to an EHR system for the state of Georgia. This system, just to add to it, will basically be the same system that our partners Augusta University uses today. All the offenders who go through the 340B program are required to have an annual on-site visit by the 340B program administrator, which is Augusta State University. Therefore, every offender that's HIV and now Hep C have to make one trip to Augusta once a year and be seen in Augusta property and be housed in their medical record. So we're already today using the medical record for those instances, but now we need a system that is made for our clinics, our pharmacy process, and just the daily emergencies that we have where we're transporting someone out for a surgery, whether it's an appendectomy, whether it's sutures, whether it's stitches. And this system is desperately needed. The first year, the amended year will be 17 million, just over 17 million, 17,034, 151. And in fiscal year 18, it'll be an additional cost of 8,778, 897, with a final year, which you have on your chart there, at 7,484, 482. And so we do ask for your support in that area, and obviously we'd be happy to answer any questions as far as the electronic health record.
What is the anticipated maintenance after this is all essentially kind of capital improvements, going to one-time expenditures, but over a course of 3 years? After that, what is your ongoing maintenance for that medical system, software, et cetera?
Yes, sir. It's the 3.9 million that you see at the bottom of that chart, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
3.960115.
And that will be an annual ongoing cost?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. The $3.9 million, that's already factored into the 17, 8, and 7.
That's right. It would not be in addition to 17, 18, or 19. It would start in 2020.
All right.
That is right.
Floor Leader Rogers.
Okay.
Commissioner, just an off-the-wall observation, I guess. You talked about losing a box, going to another prison, something like that. Anybody taken and factored into consideration the security aspect and the liability that we're exposed to right now?
Yes, sir. I think that's a huge issue, and I think we unfortunately have lawsuits related around health care every year, and I do think this would make a difference in that.
Yeah, I was going to say one lawsuit could wipe out that $3
Yes,
million real fast. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And from one lawyer to another. Chairman Willard.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask, Commissioner, is this based upon a already received request for proposals from a party, or did y'all put it out for bid, or how was it determined what you were going to do and what the cost would be?
Yes, sir. This is through a company called Cerna, and it is an actual cost that they have provided, and it is basically expanding the system used by Augusta University to the prison system, since they're our primary provider for health care.
Okay.
So it's a system they've already bought, spent, and are using in their hospital. This would be the software upgrades and expansion into the prison system.
Okay, so you'd have compatible system within the hospital itself with your
Yes, sir.
corrections system.
Absolutely. And there's a multitude of systems out there that are considered,
Such a big expenditure, we need to
Right.
go through a regular RFP, but was just one, negotiating with one provider?
that is true, sir.
It's a big one.
Are there, yeah, and following up on that, is there, does AU's medical or health records facilities, is there an alternative, or is there another provider that provides the same software, same services, but would be an alternative to the existing one that AU is using?
Well, there are a multitude of health record systems. However, we would need one that did talk to AU systems since they're our primary provider. So whether or not we can implement a different brand and it still communicate, I do not have that answer.
Okay, can y'all look into that?
Yeah, we sure will.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? All right, Mr. Commissioner?
All right, thank you.
Did you want to, now, I know these, you've covered everything for your 17 and 18 budgets here. Gentlemen, we've got a good 37 minutes that you can question these men right now. So feel free to,
Yes,
that's an invitation, yes.
Mr. Chairman, you took up the stones though, right?
Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I want to just say a couple of words and try to inject a question in between that. But, I've dealt with corrections for a number of years on this committee and some other committees. Corrections is such a large state agency with the most difficult task. And I'm not noted for giving a lot of praise out, but I've seen a transition over the last few years. Corrections has really come a long way with the last two commissioners. And I want to thank you for the job that you're doing, all your men. There's a couple of people I understand. I understand Preston Mixon is retiring.
He is.
Good God.
Yeah. He didn't need to do that, does he?
No, he doesn't. But for the benefit of the committee, I know that y'all were talking about the fire program earlier. Corrections does a couple of programs that is a good positive program in the community. One is the work programs, work crews that go out to contract with local agencies, and it's just a good top-rate program. I continue to get good reports wherever I go, because the public, when they see those who have violated the law, it makes the public feel good when they see these people out doing whatever that community work, whether it's picking up trash, building things, doing things, and mobile construction. What a great program y'all have. And all I can say, there's two people that I know for a fact that have retired in the recent months. Preston Mixon, of course, and the warden Bruce Lee up at Walker State at the faith-based prison.
Yes, sir.
I do not know. I know we've got an awful lot of good wardens and people up and coming, but God help me, I don't know how y'all are going to replace people like that in the job that they've done. We've really got some dedicated folks, and I think that the committee would like to, if y'all could pass on those remarks to those guys. What a good job they've done, and a good job y'all are doing right now.
Thank you, sir. I couldn't say enough about those two individuals either. We're gonna miss them, and Warden Lee got out before we could try to even save him, and then Preston we tried to, and he said he's ready to go for some reason, but we're gonna miss both of them. We're gonna miss them immensely. The mobile crews, I do want to address the mobile crews real quick. Chairman and I have talked about it, and I don't know if any of you have similar questions. With Preston leaving, we don't plan on changing the mobile crews. They provide an awesome service. The quality of work is phenomenal. And if you have a community need, Mr. Bob's around, and quite frankly, just blessed to still have Mr. Bob with us as well. Y'all please get with Mr. Bob, and if there's a need out there, we want those mobile crews working. I checked just last night to see how many we had out working. We've got about 23. We like to run 25 crews. Unfortunately, we've had a hard time finding offenders, one, that have a skill, and number two, meet the security level that can go out and do it. But my promise to you guys is we're going to start training some of those guys to have the skill if they don't have it. And we're not going to let mobile dissipate over the years. I think Hal told me last night we've got a few crew's down to 6 inmates right now, still doing a phenomenal job, but I'd like to see them higher than that, and we're going to make sure that that program doesn't go by the wayside.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chairman Powell, anything else? In following up on previous allocations or appropriations of money, we had also appropriated to address some hemorrhaging of correctional officers. Can
Yes.
you comment on that, please, Mr. Commissioner?
Absolutely. It's still a little early to see the results on retention. So I'll tell you what we are seeing, and obviously it's one, morale is immensely high. When you look at those pay raises, we went from starting pay of $24,000 to just over $27,000, and after 1 year they're making $30,000, which that was one of our benchmarks, and we just appreciate you guys supporting that so much, because that $30,000 is a difference maker. What we are seeing is we run 5 basic classes a year and hire over 2,000 officers a year. And the quality of those folks who are seeking a correctional officer job is changing. We see that through the basic classes already. We also see that we're losing some wardens right now, so there's upward mobility. It's scary because we got some great wardens, but it also gives, not only are you seeing some candidates come in that may not have come to see us because of that pay change, but we're seeing some folks see that opportunity of upward mobility. Where you don't see in many law enforcement agencies. With over 8,000 sworn officers out there, there's in 33 state prisons, not counting the PDCs and the TCs, that upward mobility is really an opportunity that these young guys are starting to realize. So while I can't today definitively tell you that the turnover rate is down yet, I believe that we will see it being down, and I think the early signs are very positive, and I'll tell you the morale is phenomenal out there. They could, it's one thing to get a pay bump and you kind of see a little incremental change, but last year y'all's support was one where when they got that first paycheck, they saw a change and they felt appreciated. Everything you guys say up here, money doesn't keep somebody, but money reinforces the words that you guys tell them each and every day, and they've heard the words and they've seen the financial support, so thank you.
Anything else, Chairman?
That's exactly what I was going to ask about, the impact that it's had.
Right.
I know it's been a short window so far,
Yeah.
but at least it's good to know it's
Yeah, I think I'll have some very good numbers for you next year.
great.
Any other questions for the members of the committee? We've got 30 minutes, and yeah, we really, I think that's an early call for lunch. We appreciate your time. Thank you for the service, and congratulations again, Mr. Commissioner.
Appreciate that. And anything you guys need, we truly want to be responsive, as the chairman mentioned earlier. And so anything you need, you just let us know.
If you have a minute, I'd like to follow up with you on a couple of things.
Okay.
being a public defender is the best job in the legal system.
We got our next department before us. Everybody, I hope you had a good lunch. I'm sure you can. If you don't want to spend time in the juvenile justice detention facility overnight, we have Commissioner Avery Niles here today. Thank you. And Sonia Allen Smith. And she is where? Back there. There she is. Good. And Drew Townsend with budget back there. And Andrew Larhoven. Okay, good. And Commissioner, if you'll just go ahead and take it from here, we're going to spend about 30 minutes on DJJ, and then we'll move on to the Department of Community Supervision after that. Thank you for being here. Happy New Year.
Yes, sir. Thank you much, and we're glad to be here. I wanted to introduce you to, some of it may already know, but Kelly Dudley. Kelly Dudley would be my new CFO effective on the 17th. She already got it down pat. Mr. Chair, but we're going to go ahead and get started with the Department of Juvenile Justice. Of course, our budget is one that impacts lives just like all the other state agencies. When we deal with the juveniles and juvenile delinquency as it relates to the crime that they commit and wind up in our system. And we're so grateful that the governor has allowed us an opportunity to be participates in, thank you, ma'am. I can hear myself talk. I hope everybody else can hear me now. Yes, sir, I can. I wonder why you were looking at me strange. Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So, but of course, with the Wilkes facility opening in December, or November, December of this year, we're looking at modernizing the facility with new technologies such as CCTV, touchscreen, so that we can get away from the old turnkey style, the old folders or atom locks, those type things. Is labor intensive, so this modernized facility will hopefully, you and I and our grandkids will still have a lot of opportunities to see how we have changed the face of juvenile justice. Not only are we focused on securing the kids, but we're focusing in on providing the technology that they need, so that when they do leave us, they can be put in a position that they can be successful. The old way of doing things, to where you just lock them up and forget about them, that studies have shown that doesn't work. I've ran local jails, I've ran jails that contract with state, and the more you can engage youth, the more you can put them to change the cognitive behavior. That's the way to go. In facilities that we're building, you'll see that those enhancement opportunities are there. Our 2018 capital request, Mr. Chair, was $35 million, and I can break down each one of those areas if you would like. Facility repairs and maintenance was 3.2. That includes all 26 facilities, 7 of our long care facilities, which is your YDCs, 19 of which is your RYDCs. And the difference between the two is, if you look at or think about an RYDC, is like your local jails, and the YDC, long care facilities, is more like your prisons in your adult system. But it's everything from repairs to control room windows, replacing the tempered glass to polycarbonate, installing doors in our education areas, hardening of ceilings. You all remember last year I came in front of you and talked about how some of our more challengeable youth clams up in the ceilings of our traditional looking classrooms and cause havoc on the staff. They're not going anywhere. They just taxing on the staff, and we were fortunate enough with your blessings to allow us to harden those ceilings at some of our more some locations. And then your general upkeep, tile replacement. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. And that's excuse me, sir. Okay. And then moving on, the Cadwell construction. This is a FY 2018 capital request. The capital Cadwell is going to replace an Eastman facility that was built in the 60s also. It will be located down in Lawrence County. And it's, just like I had indicated, a more modern facility with a center around the education components of that particular location. When we look at facilities, we look at facilities where the state of Georgia already owned the property of those locations, so we don't have that situation where we got to go and advertise to the citizenry in that area. So we look at old locations where DLC has turned the properties over to the state from their daily reporting centers or the transitional centers, and we go in and renovate those. And this facility will be the one that replaces the Eastman. Just for information, this is a third-year request that we've seen and that we've discussed on that location. I'm reminded when I was jail commander and a warden, there was a study done years ago on the wear and tear of facilities such as your jails, things that operate in a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week. And the average life cycle of those things, they average about, for every physical year that they stay open, they age about 3.5 years. So if you look at a facility that was built in the 60s compared to 3.5 years' time every year that it was open, and it's 2017, that tells you about the wear and tear on those facilities. So we're in desperate need of replacing that Eastman RYDC. And then the priority number 5 is the replacement of vehicles. And of course, we follow DOES's recommendation as it relates to the projected number of miles that's on our vehicles. And when they reach the level of 135,000 miles, it becomes a safety hazard rolling up and down our state highways. And so with this request of little over $1 million, we're looking at replacing 40 vehicles, which is a desperate need. And then last but not least, Mr. Chairman, is a case management system of $487,000. And this system is one in which, when we first took over several years ago, we had a problem of case management. How did we look at the number of cases that was coming in involving youth-on-youth assaults, staff-on-youth assaults, you name it? We couldn't measure it because we had to manually pull it. It's kind of like in today's terminology of, some of us remember the old Commodore 64 computer. Well, think about that computer in today's society. That's what we're working off of when we try to look at how we manage the cases and how do we prepare to do a mapping. For instance, how is it that we can make sure we have adequate staffing in certain locations of our facilities when we have a volume of incidents that happen. And if you had a mapping type situation, when I was on patrol running, chasing taillights, car taillights, we would look at where the area of the most impact can be the greater. And this kind of mapping situation that we're looking at for our investigators, we hope that system will be in place so that when cases happen, we can pretty much tell what time frame of the day those incidents are going to happen, so we can really allocate our manpower into those locations, as well as give a comprehensive report on daily activities so that the individual directors can go on the report at any time and tell exactly who, what, where, when, and how, instead of manually looking at those numbers. It's our criminal investigative case files, so a lot of our cases that happen where kids are assault other kids, we have to do a case management for the district attorney's office and furnish that to them, and this system will help us expedite those particular cases. Mr. Chairman, that's my report. I'd be more than happy to open it up to any questions that you may have on the budget request.
On the Eastman facility, that was item 4 on our list. This is in the PowerPoint presentation. That was security upgrades and enhancements of 3.1. Is that for Eastman, or did I mishear that?
On Eastman, don't forget, we're going to try to replace that. I'm sorry.
So you're replacing that with Caldwell, or is that?
Yes, the RYDC.
Okay. Gotcha. And I wanted to thank you also for taking members of the committee to see the facility at DeKalb.
Yes, sir.
That was a helpful tour. We were able to, see firsthand some of the maintenance upgrades that you need for facilities as well, and then to see the instructional rooms for the kids and the limited amount of recreation that they have, but some. So that was helpful to see. The other We have a, just as a clarifying, did you get an answer to that question?
No, sir.
Okay.
In the previous one,
Yeah, that's what I saw here. We have it as, so in terms of the total partial year operating funds for the 48-bed Wilkes RYDC, the total on that is about $2.5 million. Is that correct? I think that's on item,
2.5, yes, sir.
page 4 of the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the request to annualize the Terrell RYDC, that totals about 842,000, is that correct?
To analyze Terrell, yes, sir.
Okay.
That give us a full 12-month cycle.
How is the, when you're transferring medical staff, explain, how is that going to work in terms of, is this, are there going to be nurses from AU coming to the various facilities, and are they they're 24/7? How's that going to work?
For instance, the nurses themselves physically won't change unless AU changes their particular work cycle. Instead of them getting a check from the Georgia Department of Juvenile Justice, they now get it from Augusta University. The functionality of their daily scheduling will go to the administration of the AU. So it's simplicity-wise, it's a more, we don't have to worry about, or the particular directors don't have to worry about nursing calling in sick or out on vacation, trying to schedule, because, bless you, when you look at the scheduling of how to schedule those RNs and LPNs, it just behooves us to go into a more professional organization that has plenty of nursing. We can get in some of our rural areas where there's, you can pay a lot of money. You may get some part-time EMTs to come and work in the system. When we contract with AU, that whole responsibility of furnishing nursing is solely on them, and it's been proven to work. That's the same system that DLC uses.
How are the medical records kept for the?
They're still on site. We keep the youth medical records on site, and then when they transfer out, we transfer those particular medical records. They stay there at the site, but there's no transitioning out. But one of the key things about partnering with the AU is that regardless of where the kid finds himself in the state bed, those medical records are on the computer, so that those particular physicians that have access to the patient as well as the records can pull those up. Now it's complicated as to how we package those medical records up. So it simplifies a whole lot of transferring of youth and transferring of medical responsibilities with the HIPAA in mind.
So going forward, those will be electronic?
Yes, sir.
Files, okay. Questions from members of the committee? Mr. Williams, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Just good to see your new CFO.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Lion's Den. I was listening to, Commissioner, some things you said, and I'm sure your new CFO helped you with these numbers. According to your calculations of 3 years for one, you've got one facility that was built shortly after Lee surrendered to Grant. If it's 3 for 1. And you've got some computers that's just a step above the abacus. So, and I see where you're upgrading your case management systems. Now, enjoyed the tour I did that we went on out in DeKalb County. Have you started to measure from the time a young person leaves the facility, goes back out into the community? Have you seen the improvement in recidivism among young people in the YDC centers?
Very, very good question. Of course, juvenile justice reform has been operating in Georgia for a period now, And we're starting to see what we designed or what we talked about several years ago concerning you're going to get that low-end kid out of the facilities that was in the facilities. So we see those kids staying out, but we see the hardcore kids coming into the facilities, which a public safety cry, that's where you want them. All right? So we do see positive change in the way that the kids that used to come to us are not coming. Those kids that venture into, that cross the threshold, we have seen a significant increase of the kids going out and staying out. What's happening is the community's got to be ready to embrace them when they get out. And we've been fortunate enough that have programming and accessibility or funding out into every county in this state for one of those particular evidence-based programming to keep and to give judges alternatives before they actually lock kids up. And what's happening is a lot of kids that never cross the threshold or cross the threshold get out, stay out, and get back with the wrong crowd.
Well, Madam CFO, you do realize that you are following in the footsteps of a legend, so.
Yes, I do. And
Thank
I'm glad
you.
she's going to be one call away.
Other questions from members of the committee? Mr. Commissioner, following up on the point that Mr. Representative Williams was making, could you speak to just what protocols are used to help those that turn 18 and that move out of the system? What's the next step? What is provided thereafter?
A good aftercare model. For instance, when our kids cross our threshold, of course, you all have been so of a blessing both to me in the juvenile arena as well as in the adult arena, to where years ago folks left your system and they just went to the street. And now, we have what we call reentry or returning citizens to the community in the adult arena and reentry of services for the juveniles. And we have follow-up and aftercare. And we hope that they're teaching or picking up on the skill set so that we're following them when they leave us, making sure that they have a job, that they utilize the education that they got while they're inside of our facilities, that they're utilizing that technical certificate that they got. We're partnering with workplace enforcement opportunities so that we following to make sure that those kids are not just falling through the crack, that they actually are landing on a job. I'm reminded, somebody was telling me the other day, if you give them a job, they won't rob. And that's a true saying. You take out the bad and you put in good and follow those kids. Make sure that they're showing up. Make sure that they're taking the medication. Make sure that the community in which they came from are partnering with the faith-based community to embrace them when they get out. That's working. We need more manufacturers to take in our kids that have ventured into Rome with an employment opportunity. So, Mr. Chairman, that we're doing that. It's early, but the longer we work hard at it and work long hours, our community supervision teams, everybody is looking to see what's going on, how we can be an impact. We all read the news. We see, I think in Fulton County, they said 22 kids causing a lot of issues. Well, I say, what is it that the community is only good as what they're going to want policed. And when you look at those high-end volume of impact of how kids and people that's just been on doing wrong until they get caught and put in, it's not much you can do other than provide them with opportunities.
Commissioner, you said that Sandersville, this new one in Wilkes County, will replace Sandersville, and you're asking for 54 new full-time positions there. What will happen to the staff that's presently at Sandersville?
I pray and hope every last one of them transfer with us, because we
Well, I
don't
mean,
need
they
them.
will transfer to
Yes,
this new
sir.
facility.
Yes, sir.
And then the same way with, when you close Eastman and go to Cadwell, that, those staff will also transfer, is what you,
Yes, sir.
okay.
Just like we closed Albany last month and opened up Terrell, and we moved all of those employees over with that transition. Yes, sir.
But that's still going
Bless
to
you.
require new positions, though, at the Wilkes
Yes, sir.
RYSE. Right.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner, for your time today. Thank you for the presentation. And it is a pleasure to hear the good work that's being done and the success that's coming out. I think that over time, we'll hope to see some more numbers as
Yes, sir.
as we actually get some real data on how well reentry is going.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And I think you told me best at one meeting, perhaps at that tour, that it's essential that the communities help find a means of employment, a support network for the kids that are coming out of, that have served their time in DJJ, now coming out, try to get a second chance at life.
Yes, sir. We all deserve a second chance.
Well, we appreciate your time. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much for being here.
Yes, sir.
And,
Thank you much.
We'll look forward to talking to you later on if we have other follow-up questions.
Yes, sir.
With that, we have our next group is going to be from the Department of Community Supervision. We've got about 30 minutes for Commissioner Nail. Is Matt Ogles going to be with you?
Robert Arnold Jackson.
Okay, Robert. Okay.
Chief Financial Officer. And currently, there's a presentation being handed out, so I'll make sure everyone gets that, and then proceed as you wish there, Mr. Chairman.
So if you'll, on your track sheet, we're dealing with section 18 of the of your track sheets, which is on, for 2008 budget, is on page 7 of 18. And I don't think we'll have to see much on the other budget here. 2017, I don't think you have amended with 0, right? That's correct, sorry. So amended budget 0, so we won't need to look at that track sheet, but we will be looking at section 18 of your 2018 proposed budget. Has everybody got a PowerPoint? Okay. All right, Mr. Commissioner, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. As you know, the Department of Community Supervision was formed July 1st of 2015, and it took on felony adult probationers and felony adult parolees as well. On the first page, you'll see our mission. And I always want to start a presentation out with that, because that keeps us grounded on what we're supposed to be doing. And the bottom line is provide opportunities to offenders to change and become productive at the end of the day. We've embraced the motto of one officer, one family, and one community. So we feel that it's not just our responsibility for offenders under our supervision, but if there are needs in that home that we can help with, we reach out to do that as well. Second page is the goal of community supervision. That's coordinate the resources to improve that offender supervision, raise successful completion, strengthen public safety, and increase governmental efficiencies. When we actually get into the FY18 budget request, there are 2 day reporting centers that we are asking for. Right now, that is in the Alcovey Judicial Circuit and Gwinnett Judicial Circuit. We currently have many day reporting centers and day reporting center lights, if you will, throughout the state. These 2 circuits were identified to have a need and meet the need of a day reporting center. These are 6 to 18 months, 3-phase counseling programs focused on substance abuse addiction. You'll see the numbers there with drug-related prison sentences coming out of those 2 circuits. That's one factor. Typically, there's a $3 million cost avoidance. If these individuals went to prison in lieu of a day reporting center, it would be an additional $3 million to cover that. Day reporting centers are not new. They've been around since 2000. They have consistently shown 24% less likelihood to recidivate, 11% greater likelihood of being employed, and in 2015, we implemented day reporting centers, GED labs in each one of our day reporting centers. The cost is right at $1.1 million for a day reporting center. There are 9 staff at each facility. You'll see those outlined there. And then you have operating expenses to deal with drug testing, counseling books, telecommunication, and computer equipment. But I can tell you, since 2000, this is the one program that has consistently been validated through research and consistently shows a high-value return on investment. Again, Alcovy Judicial Circuit and Gwinnett Judicial Circuit are the two that show the greatest need at this time. The second page, or the next page rather, shows we currently have 15 full-day reporting centers and 16 DRC, or day reporting center lights. 48 counties are served by the full DRC, 66 counties by the DRC lights. So we've got a footprint in 114 counties. There are about 100 offenders in each one of these programs, and these DRCs, again, would be expanding, if approved, in Gwinnett and Alcovy to about 10% of the state's population.
Mr. Commissioner, do you have a designated location for, an exact location for this particular facility, or are you're looking?
We do not at this time. We are looking. We have been discussing with Gwinnett as well as Alcovy Judicial Circuit, them actually assisting in locating property and or furnishing property. We've had several proven ventures where the county or judicial circuit would actually identify the space. We would utilize that space, and for lack of a better phrase, it just shows that they've got skin in the game, and they're willing to come to the table and meet us as a good partner in a successful DRC. But at this time, no specific sites.
Okay.
Continuing on, Georgia launched into the Georgia Prison Reentry Initiative, 3 phases. The first phase started in 2015. We moved into the second phase early this year, and we'll be expanding into the third phase. Part of that request came 5 community coordinators that were grant funded. Those grant funds will expire in September of 2017, so we'll be asking to fund those 5 community coordinator positions. Just looking back on phase 1 alone and accomplishments of this position, we engaged 577 new community service partners, just under 1,300 employment referrals, over 500 housing referrals. We have gone into the facility and made just under 2,000 contacts with inmates 6 months prior to the release, and followed up with just under 2,800 contacts post-release. They have proven invaluable to what we are doing out there in the community. You'll see the sites listed in phase 1 and phase 2, and as well as phase 3. I can go over each one of those sites, or if you're good with them just being listed there.
It's fine for me it's listed there. Going back to the data on the other side, on the left-hand side, employment referrals, just to clarify, those are referring someone that's leaving the prison system going out for a job. Now, whether they actually secure that job is a different number. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's a very good point, Mr. Chairman. One of the things, when we say referral, we're not just saying Joe Smith up the road is hiring. We have formed a partnership with that employer, and we have said we would like for you to hire the individuals we supervise. And these are contacts that we are putting them in touch and following up with. It's without this, I would be less than honest if I said it's more than just saying, go get a job, go look for a job. These are actual established relationships with employers that we have made for these offenders coming out.
So you have a sense then of what their aptitudes are, the inmates leaving. So now they're on probation or parole, and that from that point on, then you're referring them to a business partner that you have, that your coordinators have actually developed a relationship with.
That is absolutely correct.
And then the success of those inmates in that employment relationship hopefully breeds other opportunities going forward.
It will, and it has. What we've shown so far is that these offenders that go through the Georgia Prison Inreach or Reentry Initiative have employment rate that is 11% higher than the general population that we supervise. Keep in mind, these are individuals that have far more challenges. So I think that speaks to the good work that is being done in the field. And you're right, if we see that an inmate has been certified in welding or HVAC or something of that nature, naturally we want to capitalize on that skill and make the alignment in the community with that type of employment.
Do you have the actual numbers from this past year of actual employments that have been secured and then maintained?
I do not. I've
Okay.
got the fact that we have had 11% greater that have obtained employment. Now, we can go back and look of those how many have maintained employment, but I would venture to say they have maintained employment. Otherwise, I don't think it would be as high as 11% greater than the general population.
Okay. And I think what I'd like to know is the success, based upon these numbers, this is obviously showing a lot of work activity on the part of your employees, but I want to see what the actual turnaround is in terms of the inmates actually finding the housing they need, finding the employment they need, and maintaining that employment.
Right. Yes, sir. And while we're on that subject, that is in fact tracked through Applied Research Services, which is a separate entity that is tracking all of the data points associated with the Georgia PRI initiative, not just in phase one, but throughout the initiative as well, and every one of those to show the soft skills that are worked on with community coordinators, as well as the matter of fact employment and how long that is. So we can make that available to you, sir.
Thank you. Did you, Terry, you have something?
Mr. Chairman, I think you asked my question about the percentage of people that actually got hired or whatever, and if that is forthcoming, I'd like to see it. You just mentioned something, though, Commissioner, that just hit a buzzword with me, soft skills.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you guys are doing.
One thing, now, are we talking soft skills with the offender, or are we talking soft skills with our community coordinators and them building relationships and partnerships in the community?
I'm talking soft skills with anybody, because I'd like to find some people that have them.
I understand.
That's the top thing as far as
Sounds like
economic
you have a
development goes.
potential reemployment,
Yeah.
reentry employer right here.
Yeah, no, seriously, it's something that keeps coming up over and over and over again. When we look at the economic development aspect, we actually had task force this year, study committee year before last that looked at this, and the thing that came over and over and over again is that we have no soft skills out there.
Right.
And I'd like to know what you guys are putting in place and how you're working that.
One of the things that starts, first of all, Department of Corrections is doing it as well, but also 6 months prior to that release, we actually go into that facility. We start working with that offender on a release plan. We gauge at that time what their needs are by way of development. Sometimes we coordinate with local GED providers. Sometimes we coordinate with technical colleges. But one of the biggest thing we have is a peer mentoring program where they come in and they deliver that training for the soft skills. We have churches and congregations throughout the state that are what we call stations of hope, that when an inmate gets out, if they see a church with a Station of Hope seal on it, they know that is a safe place that they can go to, and that congregation is committed to helping them work on those needs. That's just an example of the Station of Hope. We also have the I Choose Mentoring Program, where we have business leaders, also citizens that come in and actually help these offenders develop these skills. So that's really what we're relying on. I think Commissioner Niles did a great job in talking about the value of the community and going back to our one officer, one family, one community. It is a holistic approach. It's not just on us. It's not just on the offender. It's on the community as a whole to help in this process.
Could Could you get us some more information about the Station of Hope?
Absolutely, be more than happy.
I'd like to know more about that.
I'll compliment Tony Loudon with our reentry unit. Has done a wonderful job. As a matter of fact, just here in Atlanta, we have 40 Stations of Hope alone right here in Atlanta. But I certainly will, sir.
I think that's probably a well-kept secret that probably needs to get out there.
Yeah, it does.
It is. We try. We actually have more folks wanting to come on than we can actually meet the demand and resources of training them and getting them certified. And quite candidly, that's not a bad problem to have.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner, Representative Williams has a question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chairman. Commissioner, let me first say thank you for the support you've given to the Liberty County Reentry Program. We're very proud of probably the only rural program. But certainly, and Representative Rogers, the interesting thing is that down in Liberty County, we've been able to develop many things that were unheard of before. We go so far under our coordinator, Daisy Jones, who happens to be she's a retired lieutenant colonel and an organizational genius. We have clothes that we outfit folk in to do job interviews. We go through job interview skills. We have created a network of employers where we sit down and meet with them, and we tell them that without your help giving folk a second chance, it's not going to work. And we will send you quality people, and we work them out. This has been one of the best programs I've ever seen, and his local people, your local people, have done a miraculous job of working with. And many times it's missing in state government. So glad you consolidated it, because now you don't have two people doing the same thing at one house 2 different times a week. And so they have really put it together, and it's well-spent money because it's a very modest budget compared to about $18,000 a year to keep them incarcerated.
One of our big proponents and partners actually is Goodwill Industries, that we have partnered with them, Goodwill Industries of Georgia. They've been a fantastic partner in the Station of Hope as well as workforce development in those issues. Moving on to our FY 2018 bond requests, we have just over $1.1 million for replacement of 33 vehicles, 12 additions to our agency fleet. The replacement vehicles, the average age is 9 years old with over 140,000 miles. If you would, community supervision officers, much like the colonel's former troopers, that was their office, a rolling office. That is our officers' workplace. That is what they are in and day out. We have 1 vehicle to 2 officers. We count on them to be reliable. Last thing you want is a vehicle breaking down when you're out in a very rural area and you're outnumbered. And it doesn't bode well when you're sitting on the side of the interstate with someone that you're transporting to jail either. So it's absolutely critical that we keep our fleet maintained. I will tell you, we did have $1.5 million that was appropriated in FY 2017 to help us reach that 1-to-2 ratio. Major maintenance and repair of $335,000. When we merged, we did have some facilities that were previously owned by GDC that we are now responsible for. We're responsible for the maintenance and upkeep. We did not get positions allocated to do that, so we're finding that quite candidly some of these facilities are in very, very bad repair. Not sure they were given the necessary priority. So that is something that we're having a request with HVAC replacement and contingency funds for emergency repairs. The last bond request is $312,000 for furniture. If you'll recall, last year we are moving our Atlanta office and day reporting center on Sylvan Road over to Memorial Drive. This is for furnitures for expanding classroom, space for counseling, GED prep, and utilization of better space to help them to do their job more effectively. So that is for that location. Finally, I certainly commend Governor Deal in his recommendation for a pay increase for officers. We are already starting to see a benefit of that. Since August, our turnover rate and our resignations have reduced by 52%. It's going to be even more, I believe, now. We just had a class of orientation where we had 27 new hires come on board. We have increased our hiring process to a regional hiring. Used to, it would take 45 to 60 days to come on board. Now we're getting on board anywhere from 20 to 30 days, start to finish. That makes a huge, huge difference. For every month that we have a vacancy, that's a caseload that is having to either be doubled up on by an officer or held vacant. So we are very, very pleased with that. Just to speak and brag on the work that these officers do, I just read a report this morning that in 2016, we had over 300 weapons that were confiscated by us going in homes and finding these weapons. So when you think about an officer out there either by themselves or with another officer going in and out of these homes, it speaks to the danger and it speaks to the complexity of the job because you're actually there to help them. But sometimes, unfortunately, they don't want our help, and it becomes adversarial. So it is a tough job, and I just wanted to pay special recognition and appreciation for the pay raise for these hardworking officers. And briefly, if I may, Mr. Chairman, on the last page, agency updates and accomplishments, I'll just hit the highlights. DCS has been in existence for a year and a half now. We have already won 3 national awards for initiatives. We are asked on a regular basis to present at conferences. And the reason I mention that is, number one, I think it speaks to our staff and their commitment and their dedication, but more importantly, I think it shows that when you can take the good that probation was doing and the good that parole was doing and do even better things, we're all going to win with that. One big success was unifying the department's case management system. We were on 2 separate case management systems. It is now utilized. We were the first agency in community supervision to start utilizing body cameras. We have now over 250 officers outfitted with body cameras. We have increased our reentry partnership housing by 24% over the past year. Collaboration with Department of Family and Children Services. Before, I'm not so sure we could tell you who was from DFACS. Now we're actually going out visiting houses together, exchanging information, making sure we're on the same sheet of music. I mentioned the regional mass hiring that we're doing, and also our agency's management training course without relying on other training agencies or avenues, building that up. And then when you talk about ready, capable, and willing, just as an example of being called upon for anything, we just recently had 173 officers that put in over 6,200 hours assisting with the cleanup recovery of Hurricane Matthew. So these officers are in the community, they're doing the job, they understand the importance of working with, in, and for these communities. So that completes my presentation, Mr. Chair and the committee. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions from members of the committee? Simply, I think that we all appreciate the hard work that your men and women are doing in the field. It's an essential function to try to give folks a second chance.
Yes, sir.
And it's very important to, I think, to the public as a whole, to reduce any recidivism, to provide meaningful opportunities for employment and education and job and employment and education. But I really appreciate the work that the merging work that's been done for the last 2 years that you've had to undertake to try to consolidate these functions into one. Yes, that hasn't been a small task from our conversations. So we appreciate that hard work, and
yes, sir.
And we also appreciate the presentation today.
Thanks, sir.
Seeing no more other questions, we'll move on to the next presentation.
Very good.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman,
Appreciate it.
members of the committee.
Thank you. So our next presenter is going to be with the Public Defender's Council with Executive Director Brian Tyson, and our Budget Director is Terry Rayford.
Rayford.
And we're Thank you for being here. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
You'll give us a second. We've got information you've given to us, and I've got to kind of sort through that as each time we get someone new coming up. So let me
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
give us just a second to get to our track sheets. And you have given us a handout. I think it was a
Just a one-page document? Yes.
okay. So everybody, we have this one-page hardboard sheet here from the Public Defenders Council. So we'll be on section 37 of your amended budget, which is on page 15. This is one request there. It's on page 15 of 17 on your track sheets. And then we'll get us to the other page. Page 16 of 18 for FY 2018. So we'll start with the amended budget first, if we can. And go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you'll indulge me just briefly, I think it was Winston Churchill who said, the farther back you look, the farther forward you're likely to be able to see. And I thought it might be helpful just to set some context for the purpose and the goals of the Public Defender Council, of what we're about as we talk about our budget opportunities. And I wanted to do that through a historical event, if you'll bear with me for just a minute. The story begins in January of 1961, and President John F. Kennedy had just been sworn in as the new President of the United States. He was given a military operation plan from his predecessor that was called Operation Pluto, later called Operation Bumpy Road. And he had a very smart group of advisors. President Kennedy was a very smart guy by all accounts. They all looked in detail at this operation plan. Everybody looked at it and said, this looks like a perfect plan. Seems great to us. All these advisors looked at it and ultimately decided, you know what, this is a good plan, let's go with it. The president authorized the operation. So in April of 1961, an invading force began to head towards the Bay of Pigs in Cuba. And we now, of course, know this as kind of one of the greatest failures of attempting to overthrow the Castro regime during that time period. But it leads to the question of, how did so many smart people miss the very obvious flaws in the planning that went into the Bay of Pigs invasion? And I'd submit to you that the reason for that is because President Kennedy and his advisors lacked the benefit of something that's a regular part of military strategy planning, challenge by a red team. And so if you're familiar with how military planning works, there is two teams are created for a particular war plan. The blue team represents U.S. forces, and then an equally resourced general and staff is created that's called the red team. And the purpose of the red team is to look for the shortcomings and challenge the assumptions of the blue team plan. And you run through the operation, and the red team tries to attack the blue team operations, and the goal is your war plan becomes stronger because you can be confident that whatever plan you have has already been tested. And because President Kennedy lacked that benefit in the planning, a lot of very obvious flaws were missed, and a lot of very smart people made a series of very bad decisions as groupthink took over and everybody thought they had a good plan. So I would submit to you that for purposes of the criminal justice system, public defenders are the red team of the criminal justice system. We exist to test the state's case, to look at what the prosecution brings forward, to challenge the assumptions, to look for problems and weaknesses along the way. And if we can discover those, then we can be confident that the system is delivering a just outcome. And if we don't discover any weaknesses in the plan along the way, we can be confident that we're getting a just outcome at the end of the day. So ultimately, our purpose as public defenders is simply to go to the state's case and ask, but what if the state's wrong? What if something's missing here? And then we can all have more confidence in the outcome of the justice system when that plan has been challenged. Public defenders represent between 80 and 90% of all the criminal defendants in the state of Georgia in Superior Court and then in delinquency actions in juvenile court. What that translates to is we have a team of about 800 employees plus 200 contract lawyers who work with us in over 50 offices across the state, handling over 100,000 cases a year. So we have a large footprint to be able to address and fulfill this responsibility we have of challenging and testing the state's theory so that all of us can have confidence in the outcome of our justice system. So what I wanted to do, if you'll turn to the front of your sheet here, I have the two diagrams just to kind of tell you the structuring of our agency and how we set that up, and then talk a little bit about the budget priorities. On this, basically the diagrams on this sheet here show you and tell a story about who the agency is. So in both of these diagrams, the circle represents the universe of everyone who's charged with a crime in Superior Court and everyone who is subject to a delinquency action in juvenile court. The theory behind the setup of the agency was we were going to draw a box around most of these people because most of these individuals are indigent and say the agency will deliver services to them. Originally, some of the architects of the system thought this would be a completely state-funded system, but like everything else we do in our criminal justice system, there's a partnership between the counties and the state. And so when the process began, when the agency actually started in 2005, we started with not enough state funds to do the entirety of the job. We basically threw a couple of patches into the agency, our capital office, our central office, our circuit public defenders there, with state funds, and then assumed we'd rely on the counties to fill the remaining gaps that would happen along the way. Those of you who've been here and remember the history, remember then we started getting sued, the lawsuits happened, the financial crisis hit, all those pieces hit about the same time. As a result, we settled more cases, had to throw more patches onto the agency. We had to create an appellate division. Formal advisory opinion came down from the state bar on conflict spending that led to additional state funds being thrown in there. So our current agency setup is kind of this patchwork you see on the left of state funds relying on county funds to fill in the gap. And I can tell you that I'm confident we can deliver our job and fulfill the job with this model this year. What I'm less confident of is going forward whether this model will lead to further problems in these gaps between the county and state funding that could lead to problems down the road. So where we're headed as an agency is the diagram on the right. Everything that we do as an agency falls into one of four boxes as far as how we handle things. We handle standard representation of cases at trial and in post-adjudication, and then we have some specialized divisions that handle both trial and post-adjudication issues. Our trial divisions is mostly our circuit public defender offices you see there. Those are the ones that match up with the DA offices, and we have the crossover of county and state funds that fit there. That's the biggest part of what we do, having somebody as a counterpart to the DA's office in the circuits across the state. There's a band of our conflict cases in there that by statute are a state responsibility that we handle. Those are still our clients and still entitled to representation in that box. We have a post-adjudication in box number 2 there. Our regular cases are handled in both the circuit offices and in a central appellate division. Long term, it makes sense to make the appeals more closely mirror our state appellate courts. While our superior courts are a mix of county and state funds, our state appellate courts are completely state funded. So eventually we'd like to move toward having the state appellate be completely mirroring and completely state funded there. And then in our specialized trial division, we have our capital that handles death penalty cases, and juvenile and accountability court representation as well that has some crossover into the CPD offices through the way. And then finally, in specialized post-adjudication is our Office of the Mental Health Advocate that handles not guilty by reason of insanity and incompetent to stand trial non-restorable individuals there. So that's our agency. That's where we are. That's where we're headed. And I hope that kind of gives you an overview of kind of what we are, where we're about, and what we're trying to accomplish at the agency. On the back of that sheet, I've outlined for you just the reference of the public defenders being the red team of the judicial system, trying to give us all confidence in the outcomes that the system delivers. And then some of our goals for this session and the long-term goals. We're in the unique position, obviously, as an executive branch agency of not knowing exactly what will be included in the governor's book. And we will obviously be requesting exactly what is in the governor's book, but there are some 3 general areas that those cover that I wanted to discuss with you. The first is completing our conversion to state funds, and this will be the reference you see in your amended track sheet for $3 million to complete our budgetary process this year. As you'll recall from last session, we have been in the process of converting from the use of emergency funds, which were necessary for our agency's history due to the litigation and other uncertainty, onto completely state funds, and that's been a multi-year process, but we're almost there. Last session, we added $3 million in the amended budget to our agency budget in FY16 to be sure that we could meet our budgetary obligations to reflect those emergency funds that were no longer available. We did not include that number in the FY17 budget because we wanted to get one more data point of filling out the year to make sure we had the right number to true up the budget base. So we've completed the FY16 year. We've gotten a chance to look at it. The $3 million is the correct number. And so in the amended budget this year, you'll see that in both the amended and in the big budget for next year to add that into our state funds operations. We also want to eventually transition away from the use of administrative fee revenue for agency operations. Right now, we pay for a lot of our travel, our experts, our training out of an administrative fee that's collected from our relationships with our county offices. And we would like to eventually move all that over to state funds so that we can run the agency completely on state funds and have administrative fee revenue available for a cushion for conflict cases long term. We have reached the goal of stability in terms of conflict spending. We are maintaining year-over-year stability for that, so we don't have a problem with that anymore. But we look forward to being able to transition away from the use of emergency funds and administrative fee revenue over time. The second area for us is, as you heard this morning from Mr. Spejas, there has been an increase in assistant district attorneys for juvenile court and accountability court over the past few years. I believe his count was 44. I had 47 of the state-funded positions that have been added. Last year, we're incredibly grateful. Y'all appropriated 15 new positions for us for juvenile and accountability court. The way we're setting those up is we want to build on our partnership with the counties. And so we've allocated those 15 positions this year such that if a circuit did not have a dedicated juvenile person already, they were the first group that got these positions. Then after that was about 10 circuits that did not currently have someone dedicated to juvenile court full-time. The remaining circuits had someone dedicated to juvenile court, but they were completely county funded. So as looking at this as part of our state statutory mission to appear in juvenile court, we looked at the disparity between the funding from the counties for the DA offices and the public defender offices in each circuit. And where there was the greatest disparity, that's where we allocated the remaining five positions. So as a result, where those ended up was going to those areas of greatest need that we talked about this morning in a lot of rural areas where there's just not the ability from a county funding standpoint to be able to support those positions. Our goal is to get to, we had 15 last session, we'd like to put one of these state-funded positions in each circuit to handle juvenile court. ACCG has made this a priority as well, but there are 28 additional positions that we would try to allocate from there if y'all would see fit to grant those for us going forward. It recognizes the fact that we've been charged with doing juvenile court since our founding, but have never received state funds to do that until this last year. Yes, sir.
Stop right there. Make sure. Let's go through that. What is the current matchup in terms of juvenile court PDs versus DAs?
So right now there are 47 juvenile court juvenile court DAs and accountability court DAs. So I'm kind of merging those two categories because we're trying to use them together. We have 15.
So
yeah,
47, and out of the 47, those 47 include both accountability DAs as well as juvenile DAs.
Correct.
So that's a sum total of those two.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if, and we'll follow up with Director Spejas, but do you know how many of those are actual just exclusively juvenile court DAs?
I believe 30 of them are exclusively juvenile court, but I may be wrong on that number.
I'll check.
Yeah.
Okay, and now tell me from the PD's perspective.
So for us, we only have 15 state-funded positions in either juvenile or accountability court. And our goal,
15 total?
15 total,
okay.
Yes, sir.
Now but you just said earlier that you allocated all 15 to juvenile court, is that right?
Yes, because that was our greatest need. We'd never put anybody in juvenile court for that area. And what we tried to do, just so y'all know, as far as this goes, we want to have a basis to build on a partnership with the counties. And because the counties have been handling juvenile court even though it's been our statutory mission for the past 10 years, we wanted to recognize that and not necessarily punish counties who had been assisting us along the way. So what we've proposed is that for each county, if they currently are funding a juvenile court position, we want to provide them with an accountability court lawyer to handle accountability courts. But if they are not currently funding juvenile, we'll provide them with a juvenile position. And so then that way it gives them hopefully an incentive to step up and file and be, if they can, be able to support a juvenile court position and have those needs be met. So even though our need, we have 43 circuits within our agency out of the 49, we would need a juvenile court lawyer and an accountability court lawyer for each circuit, 86 positions. Our goal was to fund just 43 of those through state funds and have the work on the partnership with the counties for those remaining 43 positions.
And that's where you're getting the, was it 28, 38?
Correct, the 28 remaining.
Right.
Yes, sir, 43 circuits minus the 15 that we've already received.
Okay, but that's not in the budget that's being, that I see for the 2018 budget, is that correct?
Right, when the governor's budget book comes out, we'll see how many are in there from the governor's recommendation. And that's obviously, we'll request however many are in the governor's recommendation for this year. The next area for us really relates to our salaries for our lawyers. We were able, through the funding that y'all provided last year, it was an incredible morale boost for the agency to be able to raise salaries and bring our folks onto the pay schedule that matches up with the prosecutors. And that was a big morale boost. We had a lot of lawyers starting at $39,000 or $40,000 a year, and we're now at a point where we can have lawyers who are paid at the same pay schedule as the assistant district attorneys in their circuit from a state funds perspective. Part of being on a pay schedule, though, obviously, is continuing to allow certainty and increases over time. And so we want to be able to offer that step increase going forward for those individuals. And that'll come up. I think it really matches Mr. Spahos's proposal. I think we have about a third of the state-funded lawyers he has. I think ours is right at a third, right about $1 million for increases for folks this year for salary. Then when it comes to our long-term agency goals, I'm sure the committee's familiar with the Pay Commission that released its report at the end of last year, talked about really how we pay lawyers in the state, both judges, DAs, and circuit public defenders. We'd like to see, obviously, those recommendations looked at and implemented over time. If we can help get some certainty, that will help us immensely with our recruitment. Lawyer recruitment is important for us because we lost almost 25% of our lawyers last year. And every time we lose a lawyer, that's a client, a number of clients who now have to meet a new person who's going to be their lawyer, who's going to defend their case and handle things going forward. So it's important for us to be able to retain as many people as we possibly can. And on that idea of recruiting and retaining lawyers, that's one of our real long-term goals. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to show we've been working on some videos to help go to law students and undergraduates particularly to help them understand why they might want to become a public defender. And this is a 5-minute video we have ready that shows our public defenders, men and women working across the state and talking to law students and undergraduates about why they might want to consider a career in indigent defense.
Before we do that, let me ask if there's any questions at this point from members of the committee. Yes. Sorry.
That's
President
okay.
Bowser.
It's a little untimely now, but I think the binder was blocking my thing, so I do apologize. But whenever you're comparing public defenders and prosecutors, I'm from Cherokee County, and we're one of those counties that opted out of the state system. So can you get me numbers on, because I want to include Cherokee County obviously in that number. So if we're considering, okay, we have, 10 prosecutors and we're looking to, have, 10 public defenders, but Cherokee County obviously would not be, it would count on the prosecutor side, but it wouldn't necessarily count on the public defender side because we opted out.
Yes.
So is there some numbers that you can get us that kind of incorporate, because I know I think there are 5 or 6 other judicial circuits that also opted out.
Yes.
So can you get me some good numbers on including those county paid? Because I've reached out to my county manager to get some data from him as far as what that looks like, just so that we're making sure that we're comparing oranges to oranges and not kind of skewing things because there's more, on the prosecution side, whereas, that's a county funded thing.
Absolutely. And that's an important point. We do send funds to each of the opt-outs each year based on the salaries, the base salary of everybody. So when we increase the base salary, there will be an increase going to the county to reflect those positions.
Okay.
But you're exactly right. When it comes to adding positions, of the 6 opt-out circuits, only 2 have public defender offices. The remainder use panels or contract systems. And so we need something to reflect that.
So we have contract system.
Yes.
And so I'm very familiar with our system in Cherokee County, but I just, want to make sure that there's parity and that information is reflected in the report. But if you could give me those numbers, that'd be great.
Absolutely, we will.
All right, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll roll with the video. Thank you.
No audio.
Don't have any volume.
Do you have the audio, Mr. Chairman, to turn it on from there?
It is on.
Okay.
We have no audio.
All right. Well, our technical abilities might have failed, even despite our earlier testing.
Volume's all the way up.
Okay. Well, we may not be able to successfully show it to you. Well, I'm sorry about that. I can hum it, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, certainly. We can send a link around. Yes, sir.
I think the point was, and I've seen, and I've had the opportunity to see this. It's a real nice presentation of the reasons why real life attorneys get into the business of being a public defender. So you're getting their perspective. It's inspiring. You get a good sense of the respect that they feel for their clients and the job that they have. So it's definitely worth the 5 minutes. And I'm not sure why. We've got every red light lit up here trying to get this to work, so it's not working. But if you'll send the link around, we'll forward it to the committee members. They can watch it. And what is the website address? Do you have that with you?
It's just on our website, which is gapubdef.org. And you hit it exactly right, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the reasoning for why people go into doing this work is varied. Some people go in because they want to see the Constitution defended. Other people have really kind of a social work idea of we're going in to help people who are in need. Others don't want to be on the billable hour track of what's involved with that, and there's an opportunity there as well. Or just getting in the courtroom. Sometimes it's rare nowadays for lawyers to get courtroom experience, and so there's a variety of motivations that go into that, but we want to help switch the narrative that public defenders are underfunded, terrible lawyers, a job of last resort, something that no one else would choose to go into, and help people understand that this is a career you can go into and be proud to be a public defender. So that's part of our effort there. We have not used any taxpayer dollars to produce these videos either. Just I know that'll be of assurance to all of you. We were able to raise some private sponsorship dollars for our training conference this year, and use those private dollars to create these videos, so that way we can help with our recruitment efforts without touching our state dollars along the way.
Well, and that begs into the question. Talk a little bit about, we have a few more minutes before we get to 2:30, but talk a little bit about the training differential that exists between PDs and DAs.
Yeah, so right now, the prosecutors have 2 training conferences a year that they do, a large conference in July and a smaller conference in January. We both offer the same initial training. When a new lawyer starts with us, we have a transition into law practice that both we and the prosecutors have. The difference is they currently have dedicated funding for training. We don't have any dedicated state funds for the training operations that we have to provide, despite our statutory obligation to do that. Training is also the best way we can ensure that we're delivering quality representation, the thing that I'm always talking to our folks about, of making sure we're representing our clients well, helping them stay current on the law, helping them be ready for what's happening there. We would like to be able to get to a point where we have state funds to have a similar training conference to the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, just to help our folks meet each other, and also be able to get training it is all at once, as opposed to having to do kind of a series of webinars during the course of the year, which is what we do now as we have the funds, as we can find money along the way. So that ends up being about a $400,000, $500,000 differential in terms of training funds between what the prosecutors have available and the dollars that we have available. And so we'd like to get to a point where we can have a training director who can be focused on that effort, along with at least funds to have a training conference each year to get our folks all trained at the same time.
And we had heard testimony earlier regarding the various special prosecutors, if you will, that provide additional consulting on death penalty cases or DUI cases, and then a request now for a special prosecutor to assist with the prosecution and training for for elder abuse. Does the council have any of that?
We don't right now, but that's part of our long-term vision as well. We'd like to get to a point where we have somebody dedicated to, for example, juvenile defense, who's helping not only train people, but is available in those unique situations. The closest analog we have to what the prosecutors have right now is we have a capital defender division that handles the death penalty defense for the state. We have obviously a broader footprint on that because we have to cover the entire state, opt-outs included on the death penalty front. But we'd like to get to a point where we can have some of those specialized people. We have unique issues as it relates to forensic science. The prosecutors can draw on the GBI Crime Lab and other agencies that support them, where sometimes we have to get somebody independent to address some of those science issues that come up in court. So we'd like to move to a model where that's part of how we do things. We have somebody dedicated to do training and is available to go out. We really want to get to a point where we've gotten completely onto state funds before we start looking at expanding in that way.
Okay. All right. Mr. Director, thank you very much for being here, and if there... Okay, go ahead.
You so eloquently quoted Winston Churchill. I hate to tell you, but that was Al Williams. It wasn't Winston.
Oh, it was. My deepest apologies. My deepest apologies.
I knew it sounded familiar.
That's right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we've got, we're going to take a little bit of a break here for about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back in and start back up at about just before 2:45. Actually, let's try to start back up about 2:35. So let's try to get out of here earlier. What? Yeah, he's here. Let me Okay, Colonel Mark McDonough is the Commissioner for Public Safety. If he is, there he is, right there. Is that Major Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Good to see you, sir. Welcome you both. Appreciate you being here today and taking the time to give us a snapshot. We've got about 30 minutes we're going to allocate to this. We have a PowerPoint presentation, and just if you may not have seen before, Colonel, we have track sheets as well, so we have 3 documents we're kind of moving between or among. So if you give me a minute, I'll try to get us all on the right pages so that we're with you. So just a second. Your public safety department is section 38 of your track sheet. For your FY17 amended budget, it's page 17 of 17. Sorry, it actually begins on 16 of 17 and rolls over there on the amended. And then it begins on page 17 of 18 of your amended 2018 budget. All right, so we'll go with that. And then we have a handout as well from the Georgia Department of Public Safety, dated January 4th, 2017. And so everybody's got that lined up. We'll go ahead and start with that. Thank you, Colonel, for being here. Appreciate your staff coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our Chief Finance Officer is Major Jason Johnson. Y'all may know that familiar face for the past couple of years. And then our comptroller is Miss Amy Stansel. She won't be speaking today. She's had a lot of singing engagements and her voice is out. You hear any squeaking sounds from over there. She's kind of struggling with a little laryngitis. So, if you go to $500,000 warnings. And I'd like to pause for the chairman. If anybody says that a trooper's not fair, just for the record, that is a 2-to-1 warning per citation ratio, and we take pride in that.
That's great. I went by to see one of the patrol headquarters, and I knocked on the door and I tried to gain entrance, and no one would answer.
And they're all out working.
And that's what I found out. As everybody was out working, I thought, well, that's a good sign. That's a good sign.
We had almost 14,000 DUI arrests, and our vehicle stops were just at about 500,000 last year. We had 27 SWAT call-outs last year. Our SWAT team provides SWAT services for 100 of the 159 counties. In our aviation division, I think to highlight what they've been doing recently is not only dropping water on the fires around the state, but also with the new capability of the 429, the hoist that's on there, the newest helicopter, they've done actually 3 rescues on the Appalachian Trail of folks that have gotten hurt recently. So that investment has already been working to save lives. Some of the highlights of the field operations, the criminal interdiction unit, those are the folks that specifically target narcotics trafficking, had a impact on organized crime last year of $37.5 million. The Specialized Reconstruction Accident Group that investigates prosecutable fatalities investigated 466 fatalities and had a 100% conviction rate. The Nighthawks DUI Task Force that's pretty much organized North, Middle, and South Georgia. They arrested a little over 2,300 DUIs, and that's for 24 troopers. Our Honor Guard did 92 details across the state. It includes funeral details and other requests for local governments. Anything that we can do to support in a ceremonial fashion, we do so. Our mobile field force last year responded to 13 protests here in the metro Atlanta area, and we also provided 50 troopers to the Republican National Convention. It was an EMAC request that came through the Ohio State Patrol that we responded, and there were 50 Georgia troopers that found themselves in Cleveland. And pretty much the comments were is that our troopers were bigger than the Clydesdales that were on the horse detail there. We took all of our big guys to that detail. The Motor Carrier Compliance Division has 19 weigh stations throughout the state, and they weighed over 10 million vehicles last year with about 32,000 citations. They're involved in specific enforcement actions through the state. One is becoming a national model. It's called Stop the Threat. And they target specific areas where commercial motor vehicle accidents are occurring. They actually went and presented to the federal motor carrier folks down in Tampa as a national model. That may be something that's going to be used throughout the country in days to come. And our Capitol Police Division provided security for 363 events last year in Capitol Hill with over 34,000 people. We are striving in our community outreach. If you'll see our participation in Toys for Tots in the last 6 years, we've collected over 218,000 toys and about $370,000 in donation. This year alone was just shy of 60,000 toys and $85,000 in donation. As well, we do a fishing tournament called Fishing for the Cure, and in the past 4 years, they've been able to raise almost $350,000 and support 27 families that have needed help. And you always got to have something to brag about. So this past year, the State Patrol's cruiser was voted the #1 looking cruiser in the country. We were 12th last year, so you finished 2016 with December with our cruiser in the calendar. This year it starts out in January as the #1, which gives us a lot of fun to joke our folks from Tennessee and folks around. So. Our fiscal year 17 budget was a flat submission, so we didn't have any additional requests with that. And from that, Mr. Chairman, I would move on to the 18 unless you have any specific questions.
Did the Tennessee folks like the orange that you put on the outside of the?
No, but you know why Tennessee fans wear orange on the weekend?
Yeah, tell me.
So they're properly dressed for work on Monday.
I got you.
Let it sink in, Mr. Al. Let it sink in.
Was the mic on? And the mic was working at that point in time, right?
For fiscal year 18, I'm going to start out with our bond requests because they are significant. And it's broken down into 4 areas. Our fleet, our major maintenance and repairs, our telecommunications, and then the weigh stations that we have now taken responsibility through a 20-year MOU with the Department of Transportation. And I'll get to that in a minute. Fleet management for us is key. It's the office where our folks work. We use a benchmark of 130 to 135,000 miles to, kind of put a grade on our fleet. And our request this year is $11.8 million for 251 new GSP patrol vehicles and $11.3 million for 210 MCCD patrol vehicles. We recognize a little over $1.2 million when we stick to that rule of thumb, because when you start getting high mileage on vehicles, you end up paying high mileage vehicle maintenance. And so in fleet maintenance, that's the reason why we use that rule of thumb. So it's a cost savings as well as a savings benefit. If you go on to the next page, you can see the breakdown of the number of pursuit vehicles that we have, how many that we have on hand, the number that are exceeding, and then how it falls out of what we'll need for both those two divisions, 461 vehicles. And then below that, you can see the patrol cars today equipped
are not inexpensive. They are an expensive venture. But through the vehicle sales program that we have, we're able to sell and surplus some of those and recoup some of those savings, and then as well recoup some savings in maintenance.
Colonel, is there a recycling of the vehicles in the sense that obviously a patrol vehicle is probably going to get the most wear and tear, and then are they utilizing some other function, and are all the ones that were being requested in this request, are they all for pursuit vehicles?
We have a responsibility to the training center to provide vehicles for training purposes. And so routinely we move vehicles from our division to them. And when they tend to be higher mileage, the fact of the matter is the director doesn't get a vehicle that he can use for very long. And so that's another goal in keeping that mileage down, that we need to provide and start providing him vehicles of lower mileage. So that's one way of repurposing them. But there is a cost benefit such at the point that it only has so much value, and so we try to sell it at the point where we can get as much value out of it as possible. It used to be before vehicle sales program, we turned it over to another agency. That agency would surplus them, and then they'd keep the money. And so that's the reason why the law was passed, such as we do our own grass cutting, and we recoup those funds, and that helps us. If we have an admin vehicle need, things of that nature, we have sources to draw from. In the past few years, since bond funding was used, every single thing that goes into that vehicle is purchased by bond funding, and it's tracked by bond funding. It doesn't matter whether it's the camera, whether it's the radio, everything that's on there is tracked because of that time period, and it's not used or it's not surplused until we've met that bond requirement. But the fact of the matter is that we can get a lot more than 5 years out of a radio, or more than 5 years out of a push bumper. Sometimes it's dependent upon the vehicle year. The 2012 through 2017, you can put certain equipment on it. But when a vehicle changes a little bit, you have to buy new cages or new bumpers. So we try to resource and we try to reuse everything that we can, and we do that and we plan into that. If we can reuse a push bumper, we will. If we can reuse a radio, we will. So in all of that, we try to do that. But particularly when it comes with bond funding, that flexibility and that requirement to track everything is essential because of the bond requirement. Did that answer your question, Mr. Chairman?
Well, the repurposing is very helpful information, but I was wondering if you were, the vehicles that are being requested in this bond request are all going to be pursuit vehicles. So there'll be new vehicles that go on the road for patrol, pursuit. And then the other vehicles, you're using them up to the point which their utility is very minimal after that point. You're recycling, so you don't have the ongoing maintenance obligation, or I guess you're not repurposing some of them, and then the rest of them are being sold as surplus. Is that?
In particular, you'll see that this year, the request for motor carrier, a lot of the repurposing that happened was from what was used in the patrol and then what was sent to motor carrier. Okay. And so if you look at their fleet mileage, you'll see, cars that have 200 and something plus thousand miles on them. So that's one instance where they're repurposed. We also maintain about 25 to 30 vehicles in a pool, so that when there is a repair issue or there's a damage issue that the trooper's not down with the vehicle, we have that pool that we keep, that we try to make sure they're in a vehicle that they can stay on the roadway. So those are two instances, where there's repurposing or they're held for longer mileage for those purposes.
Thank you.
The next thing is our telecommunications request. We are requesting 100 car radios, and you can see that the radios are not inexpensive. The reason for this particular radio is because we do not have a statewide radio system where all of the local entities are tied into the same radio system that we are. And so we have to have a radio that we essentially can chase their frequencies. In other words, that a trooper can get on the dispatch frequency of a county or on the dispatch frequency of a city. And so the radio that we use specifically allows us to be able to use VHF and then either 400, 700, or 800 trunking system. And that's the reason for the cost of the unit. It's not inexpensive, but in order to maintain that capability, we are requesting 100. And we try to purpose those in the areas that we particularly need them. Not everybody has an 800 system, but if you're around Macon and Valdosta and Savannah, here in Atlanta, Athens, those areas where we support operations, it's important to have that capability. And that's a little over 1.8 million. Major maintenance and repairs, you heard me mention that we have 52.
Stop you right there, if I could, Colonel. If we had one statewide radio system, do you know how that would impact the cost of the radios per unit?
Frank Sinatra has a song that says, "Dream the impossible dream." For as long as that I've been on the patrol, we've been talking, Mr. Chairman, about a statewide radio system. If I were to use Palmetto 800 in South Carolina as an example, it's a system that only their utility company is on, but is essentially a timeshare where different law enforcement agencies purchase their time and purchase the amount of people that are on it. And so in that system, there are a lot of the law enforcement agencies that are on Palmetto 800. In that situation, yes, then everybody that's on an 800 trunking system, the radio doesn't have to switch to different places. And so, yes, you would save money there. Florida, for instance, they're all on one system. They have 13 communication centers throughout the state, and they provide the majority of the dispatching right down to the guy that checks the water meter for municipalities. So, yes, there is an advantage if you have a lot of people that are using the system. The reality is that the infrastructure, the last estimate that we had 2 years ago to be built out was $169 million. If we were to own it and maintain it, but if we were to be just a single user, the payer would be between $19 and $20 million a year. And so, just do the math.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, as more people would come on as subscribers, that single unit pay, of course, would decrease. But to answer your question, yes, it would. But it takes a huge capital outlay to produce a system of that kind.
And currently, how would you radio into an E911 facility if you needed to? How would you communicate with the local law enforcement?
Okay. The radio is designed, if the trooper is familiar with this territory, we pre-program all of our radios. And so in this particular radio, he's got all the frequencies and he's got everything that's germane to the county or the municipality that he's in. So he pages up and down to that frequency list, and then he can rotate through to the E911 center and call directly in.
And he has to do that. Can he do that while he's on the fly, or does he have to set it as he goes?
Well, in the job that he does, it's fluid. So, we try to teach them to keep their hands on the steering wheel. But yes, sir, there's a lot of stuff that requires multitasking.
Okay. Well, all right. So then going back to
there's no Bluetooth in this quite yet.
That's kind of
that's coming.
That's what I was imagining.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
it's coming.
I was imagining that as you move from one county to the next county, if you needed someone to set up a roadblock ahead of you, or to put out, I guess, some tire devices that would deflate the tires, whatever it was that you needed, you have to while driving.
Yes, sir. On the fly.
At a high rate of speed.
Yes, sir.
Scroll through
yes,
your
sir.
preset radio selections to call the next county ahead to let them know.
Yeah, they a lot of times they're counting tones, because literally as they tone down through the frequencies or tone down through the different lists, they know where they started, they know where they go to, and they're literally counting down, and it's not always accurate that they have to go back and either page back up or, they get close. But yes, it's all done on the fly.
And then I would assume that this, maybe I'm wrong, but it would seem to me that that the unit cost per radio that you have here is such that it's an elevated cost if you had just one radio system. In other words, I'm assuming you're buying a specialty radio that allows you to go through these multiple frequencies, as opposed to an 800 radio would be cheaper than this particular multi-frequency unit.
That's correct, sir. So what you have to do is then say, am I going to put 4 different radio systems in a patrol car with trunk space that I'm not able to put 4 different radio heads and 4 different transmitters in it, or am I going to purchase a radio that can do it all in one? The trunk space in our cars are very limited. If you see the communications tray that we have and everything that's put in there, it's one of the reasons why you tried to compact it all into one, because the fact of the matter is there's just not enough room to throw all that in there. And we also try to make sure that we're putting those in the vehicles that are in the areas that need them. But the fact of the matter is our troopers just don't work in Savannah. Our Savannah troopers end up in Atlanta for riot details. And so when they come to Atlanta, there's an interoperability issue where if they can't communicate on the 800 trekking system here, then that causes even a greater problem, even within our own units. So, we'd like for everything to be standardized, and we'd like everybody to have that capability.
And if EMS is required at a scene, how is that communicated?
We rarely do direct, communication with EMS.
Okay.
That's done through E911. If we make a request to our dispatch, or we're actually talking to a county 911 center, we'll call for an ambulance, call for fire, and they are the central point of contact that usually do that.
But you'd have to call, how do you communicate them with the E911 dispatch?
Normally, our folks don't do that. Normally, that's done through our radio room.
Okay.
When we speak to our communications folks, they in turn make that request through the local agencies.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Major maintenance repairs, we have 52 patrol posts and 19 way stations now. We also have upwards of 90 towers that are in our existing communication system. And so the $750,000 requested goes for everything from roof repair to air conditioning to security fencing and painting of towers. That's the second bond request. For Motor Carrier Compliance Division, it's actually two separate bond requests. One is a $400,000 bond request to replace a building in Cedar Springs. It's one of the way stations. It's actually one of the most productive. DOT builds great roads, but maintaining the facilities is the reason why we asked to take on that responsibility. And in this instance, we had to leave the place because of a mold problem that could not be remediated. Cedar Springs, I can't tell you, sir. I cannot tell you right off the hand. It's just outside of one of the major wood-producing yards. It's in southwest Georgia, down in, I think, Mr. Green's territory. So, the second one is $750,000 related to the 19 way stations. And part of that would be $400,000 that we would use for what's called a weigh-in-motion device. What it does is a screening device, and it's a mobile device that an officer will be able to come to that area, and he'd actually be able to screen trucks coming in and out of the port facility to see whether it was out of tolerance to stop and do further inspection. And of course, the next picture is a picture of black mold, so I figured we'd throw that in there just so that you could see what the problem was. So the total requests between the 19 way stations was about 1.5. And then the last one is the breakdown of all the bond requests, 21.8 for vehicles, 750 for major maintenance repairs, 1.83 for telecommunications, and 1.5, almost 1.6 for the MMR and equipment, for a total of 25.95. Any questions on the bond requests?
2 years ago, you had a request we did where we had a budget surplus that was utilized for a new vest and I think some firearms as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What's the lifespan of a vest?
5 years, sir. And we do bulk purchasing the most that we can. We try to make sure that that purchase is done within a year of when the vests go out. So by the time we do it, and we've got the vests refreshed.
Okay.
But it's a 5 year window. All right, the overview of fiscal year 18 state fund requests are trooper schools, 39 additional MCCD officers, a safety net position, a regulatory compliance positions of 4. We would like to take over Building 5 on our complex and do some revitalization there, and I'll get to that in a minute. Our technology for the protection of our system and data conversion, a FLIR installation for our helicopter, and then health and wellness. We'd like to conduct 3 50-man trooper schools in FY18, and those are the associated costs, the request of about $2.5 million per school, which is just over 7.3 for all 3. The 39 officers, our strategic plan calls for 300 MCCD officers. In order to meet that strategic goal, within our existing budget, we're asking for about $2.9 million to fund the hiring of those officers. And the safety net position is literally an analyst. In today's world, most things are done through data, and you need people that have the ability to sift through that data and point you in the right direction. And what this one position would do is give us a person that is able to sift through the data and chart where the accidents occur. And if you look where the accidents occur, that's where you'd like to put your folks, especially when it comes to 18-wheelers. And then the 4 regulatory compliance positions, we've seen over the past couple of years that non-consensual towing has come under our umbrella. Passenger carriers, household good movers, and transportation referral providers, that's Uber, Lyft, and the taxis, and that requires administrative work, and that's the reason why we're asking for those 4 additional people. Building 5 is on our complex. Right now it houses some of the folks that work in GEMA with their new building that's going to be constructed and they're going to be moving into. We are told through GBA and GISFIC that building has great bones to it. In other words, it's a building that can be used and converted. And we have sold our special operations facility out of Charlie Brown Airfield, and we would like to recoup the proceeds of that sale and convert Building 5. Right now, we have our Troop C Command, we have Post 49, we have Post 48, we have our SWAT and our TIVE team all located at that facility. It being sold, they have to have a place to go. And so we'd like to take the proceeds of that money and put it into that building and house them all in one place, just like we did at Charlie Brown.
What were the proceeds?
Beg your pardon?
What were the proceeds? How much was?
A little over $6 million, but some of that's going to be used to refit one of the hangars in the trade for DNR's purposes, because there'll be an aviation unit that will occupy one of those. And so that's where the $5 million comes from, is after those funds are used for that retrofit, that we'd like to use that to upgrade Building 5. State funds and technology. Technology's great, but it doesn't last forever. And so our request is for servers to help keep our firewall where it should be. We'd hate for the Russians to, get into our stuff as well. Microsoft Office 365 takes a lot of our storage needs and puts it in a place that we can access it as a subscriber and manage our email and our email storage better. And then we're looking for a records management system for our HR division. If you were to come to our agency and ask for a person's personnel file, it wouldn't come to you in electronic format. We still keep paper copies of everything from a person's initial application all the way through everything that they have. And you can pull a person's file like a Sears catalog and see every order that took them, replace them on every detail. So what we're trying to do is take that paper-based system and put it into a records management system for our HR department. Aviation and health and wellness. We have one Bell 407 helicopter that we have one FLIR that came to us through the graciousness of GEMA through grant funding, and we still have to put it on the helicopter, which is not inexpensive to do so. So that's the request of $450,000. And then this is just a wish list. In the 21st Century Policing report that came out a couple of years ago, the sixth tenet in that was officer health and wellness. We believe that to be it should be the first tenet, not the sixth. We have an existing peer support group. We have an individual that is one of our captains that spearheads that for us. But we want to tie that mental health and physical health all under his office. So we're seeking any funding that we can, for such an effort. I know it's an open request, but every man's got to have a dream. So state funds, fiscal year 18, you can see the list, the needs in the summary is about $16.4 million. And I think the last page in your handout, just like the first page, sums up what our year was like this past year. And I got to give our folks credit. They did a great job under some interesting circumstances. And I also have to give credit to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Our Fusion Center provided us excellent information. Their agents provided excellent undercover and in-crowd intel. And so I just can't thank the director enough and the folks that helped out during some very trying times. So that's my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members would have.
Well, thank you to your men and women in blue and the support and the law and order maintenance that was done during the summer. Just so I'm clear, the FLIR installation, is that infrared camera?
It is, sir.
Okay.
FLIR stands for forward-looking infrared, particularly during the protests. The cost also includes a mapping overlay system on the FLIR, and it was instrumental. It provides the picture that's seen by the FLIR in a data link format down to a command post and also down to the street level. You can literally have a guy that's standing in this line, and I was standing right there with the device in my hand looking at the overhead image of what we had from a bird's eye view. And so, what might seem like a priority standing face to face, when you get a bird's eye view of actually what you're looking at, you might have a different idea of what your priority is. And so as far as the movement of personnel around downtown, and just the overall effectiveness of that in this environment was priceless. So.
And then since the governor's announcement concerning a 20% pay increase for certified officers, what have you seen in terms of your recruitment, retention, and hiring in public safety?
If you look at since the governor's announcement in September, we track all of our applications for all of our trooper schools. And at any given point since his announcement, in that our applications are up over 300 applications. And so not only are we seeing our applications up, but we're also seeing better quality candidates coming to us. So time will tell, but the initial impact is very, very positive.
And thank you for the invitation to come join one of your graduating classes from Chipstick. It was good to see you, Chris, and that was impressive. I haven't seen ringing of the bell, but now I appreciate that very much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Questions from members of the committee? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard what you said about your intelligence from the GBI. I'm encouraged to know you actually believe your intelligence reports.
Well, when you have reputable people that are working hard to do it, it's not hard to believe them.
Yeah, I can well imagine. We've had a lot of reputable people that ain't believe, but thank you.
They do a great job, Mr. Al.
All right.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Well, from all of us here, thank you very much for the service that your men and women provide in protecting the safety of the citizens of this state. And thank you for their willingness to put themselves in harm's way. We appreciate that. There have been 8 deaths this year. We've lost law enforcement agents in the line of duty this year, and that's a sobering thought.
Mr. Chairman, we've had 38 trooper-involved shootings since 2008. On average, we have 1 trooper involved in in an officer-involved shooting every 3 months.
Well, that just underscores the danger that you're facing. And that's true for whether you're in the state public safety or you're from the sheriff's department down to the local PDs. So we just really respect the service that those men and women are providing, your men and women are providing. Thank you for your time today, and we appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thanks, y'all.
All right, next on our agenda is GBI, and Colonel, you may want to stick around and see if he pats you on the back too. Director Keenan is here with us today, and Ms. Connie Buck is here. It's good to see you both again.
Thank you, sir. And I wouldn't think of coming to a budget hearing without the fiscal officer. And the governor trusts me with a $96 million budget, but in the Keenan household, I'm not allowed to keep the checkbook. So I've got, so I have great fiscal staff. Mr. Chairman, as you know, because you've been out to see us before, visit our headquarters, and I've had one-on-one meetings with you.
Yes, sir.
As you know, our agency has 3 divisions. They could be separate agencies because we're all in public safety, but they've got unique responsibilities. The largest is the investigative division, which we do criminal investigations. Most of the work we do is in support of local law enforcement, but we do investigations for the state of Georgia when they are the victim. We have the crime laboratory for Georgia. We're the only crime laboratory, and we process hundreds of thousands of pieces of evidence each year. And I want to talk a little bit about what the status of the crime laboratory is, because since we are the crime lab, then we impact on every case that is investigated, every case that is prosecuted if there involves forensic evidence. We're party to that. And our 3rd division is the Georgia Crime Information Center, which is the Criminal Justice Information System. Each state has a CJIS network, CJIS component, and those states are connected together at the FBI, and that's how we have the national network of databases, national network that law enforcement, prosecutors, courts, that communicate over. They access data coming through our network, and when something's to be done at the national level, they go from state of Georgia up to whatever state in the national umbrella. So it's a very unique responsibility, but every state has one. Now, our top priority for the FY17 amended is to seek your support for the governor's proposal to have a 20% pay increase for GBI agents. And that just the mere fact that there was a proposal made increased morale tremendously in state level law enforcement, because of the environment that we operate under now. There is tremendous scrutiny, which we don't have a problem with that, but we want law enforcement to be treated fairly. In many ways they are not. But that salary increase would bring an agent up who has 10 years experience, would bring them up to making $75,000 a year. Which would certainly make us competitive with our surrounding states, and certainly competitive within local law enforcement. Now, since last year, you provided, this committee and the legislature provided us with funding to hire 22 agents to help us out with the tremendous amount of resources we're devoting to officer use of force cases. Those 22 agents have been hired. Many of them have been deployed to the field because they had part of their training completed when we hired them. The other ones are are completing their training now. We average 2 police officer shootings per week. This week we've had 2 in 4 days. These investigations require a lot of resources. They come under tremendous scrutiny by the community, by the media, and everyone else. So we're operating very heavy in that area, and we do all of them in the state now. One of the things that local law enforcement has concluded over the past decade is that it's better to have an outside party come in and conduct those investigations instead of an agency trying to investigate themselves, because that can bring on different problems. But when we have a case that like occurred with the 2 officers that were murdered down in Americus, we had 50 GBI staff which are devoted to that investigation, to give you the amount of resources that are involved when you have an operation going on like that. That's GBI agents, that's intelligence analysts, and that's support staff. And of course that case was concluded when the killer committed suicide when the SWAT team rolled up into the house where he was holed up at. So we're very busy in that area. Now, for the is we submitted a flat budget, as did other agencies, for the FY18 budget. I did prepare 2 white papers to submit to the governor to educate he and his staff on what is occurring in the crime laboratory and what's occurring in the medical examiner's office, because no one needs to be surprised that as the state continues to grow and there's more demands upon the crime lab and the medical examiner system, that is going to be needed at some point. There's going to have to be additional resources devoted if we're going to have an acceptable level of performance. To give you an idea of what we're dealing with, in this past year, we've had 11% increase in the number of the amount of evidence which has been submitted to the crime laboratory, and that's throughout the lab system. And in the area of DNA, we've had a 67% increase in 1 year in the amount of DNA evidence submitted for analysis. Now, why is this? What is occurring in the criminal justice system is that there is more and more reliance upon forensic evidence than there ever has been before. I do not see that changing. There's many other aspects of evidence that have come under, have been questioned, for instance, eyewitness testimony and things like this. But forensic evidence is what it is, extremely important. In today's world, the juries expect to have forensic evidence, the judges want forensic evidence, and the prosecutors, they certainly need it if they're going to prevail with a prosecution. In the area of, speaking of the crime lab, our backlog is continuing to grow, and that's because of the amount of increase in the amount of evidence which is being submitted for analysis, and the fact that we do have turnover rate in the crime laboratory. This legislature helped us out with a pay raise for scientists 2 years ago. That has allowed us to go out and recruit scientists. Before then, we were not able to do that. The issue with crime lab scientists is, though, when we hire someone, it takes 12 to 18 months to get them trained. And during the time they're going through the training process, you've got other scientists who are now no longer working cases, but they're doing the training of the new scientists. So we take a double hit. But the good news is we got training. We got 7 toxicologists that are in their final stages of completing blood alcohol training, and they will be issuing their own reports by the end of July. So we are making progress. We've got six chemists that are in training, 4 firearms examiners, and 1 latent print examiner that are going through they're in the middle of having their training now. And when they get finished, they will certainly go to work. Now, and Mr. Chairman, we appreciate you coming for our groundbreaking for our morgue expansion at headquarters. As I spoke to the legislature last year and pointed out that we do autopsies for 153 of the 159 counties in Georgia, do over 3,000 autopsies a year, and quite frankly, we ran out of space at our headquarters morgue. We're doing autopsies in Savannah, in Macon, and at headquarters. Most of them are done at headquarters, of course. The $6.5 million morgue expansion will allow us to have 100 beds. 50 bodies in, 50 bodies out. Currently, because we lack capacity to store the bodies, we're having to have coroners hold off from bringing the bodies to headquarters or to one of the laboratories because there's not space there. So they may be holding a body for 3 to 4 days, waiting for our space to open up so that we can accept the bodies. This will eliminate that problem.
What about Savannah?
Savannah. That is our #1 capital project that we're asking for, and that is to build a new crime laboratory in Savannah in the Pooler area. The lab we're in now is totally outdated, and it's in a terrible location. And the local law enforcement, I don't speak to that because sometimes it takes them an hour to get through the traffic to get to an outdated crime laboratory. That construction project is $3.1 million, $34.1 million.
And that includes a morgue as well?
That is to double the size of the crime laboratory and to create a morgue operation with 5 doctors at some point, and when we staff that up.
What was the request, 3.5?
34.1 million for the building.
34.1.
Now, the problem is that's only the building. It's going to take another 12 million for the equipment and furniture for that laboratory. And then the design and engineering is 2.7 million. Now, last year you provided a $1 million for the design for the new crime laboratory in Savannah, and that design is being completed, and we'll now be seeking the construction money for the project.
So while we're talking about the crime labs, are there correlations that can be drawn between what you are finding in the field, or what coroners are finding in the field, versus what evidence that you're seeing in terms of crime prevention or crime detection?
There's much more of a reliance on DNA than there ever has been. And what occurs in the DNA world, we started our DNA program in Georgia, it was 1986, with one scientist, and it took 4 months to do a test. Now we can do a DNA test in a week, and we've expanded it out. We used to only do DNA for sexual assault where we had a suspect. Now we do DNA for anything. Burglaries, in fact, we're solving a lot of burglaries with using DNA. And the public in the criminal justice system is expecting to have this type of evidence. So if that answers your question.
Well, I was just talking about the morgue itself. We think about the autopsies in themselves in determining the cause of death.
Correct.
But is there a greater utility also that can be discerned from, not only from that, but from the locations or the locations and the types of cause of death and correlations that can be drawn that way in terms of fighting crime?
Yeah, what we're seeing is, that's a great question. We're having people die, 6 times more people die from pharmaceutical overdoses than from illegal drugs. And that has an impact on the turnaround time in the autopsy arena, because our victims now, our deceased, have different drugs in their body, have many types of drugs in their bodies. It's not uncommon to have 5, 6 different types of drugs. That creates a problem in toxicology, because the medical examiner is not going to sign off on an autopsy till they know exactly what the substances are in the deceased. So it takes, when you hear stories about delays in the autopsies, that's generally the reason, is because they get complicated, with the toxicology gets complicated. We do 80% of our autopsy reports are released in 90 days. Those other 20% are the problem cases. Some of them are young children, and those cases like that can be very difficult to determine the cause of death. And in some cases, we can never determine it. So the cases now are more complicated than they ever have been. Our pharmaceutical deaths are in the suburbia. You know, they know there's not one section of the state, there's not one race, there's not one that's not impacted by this. It's across the board. There are typical victims, middle-aged man or woman that's got addicted to pharmaceuticals, and they overdose.
Does having the Savannah morgue, will that increase your efficiencies in terms of turning around the cause of death, and also allowing the families to have the death certificate in a timely manner?
It will, because we're having, our plan is when the facility is completed and we're fully staffed, to have 5 doctors there. Currently, we have 1 full-time doctor, and we detail a doctor from Atlanta to go to Savannah per week. They rotate going down there. And when there's not capacity, these people in Savannah, the coroners, have to transport the bodies to either Macon, where we only have 2 doctors, or bring them to headquarters. So and as you know, the Savannah area is growing tremendously, and there is a need to have a larger medical examiner presence there.
And what we're really talking about is Southeast Georgia.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'll be glad to answer any questions anyone has.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm kind of, any questions from the committee members?
You can't question the director, let him go.
In terms of, we heard some information earlier about elder abuse and the investigation. How is that working, and what successes are we seeing there with the new investigators that you have?
Yeah, we've tripled the number of cases, of elder abuse cases that we've worked. This is, in part, this is a direct result of the legislature funding 8 agents to work elder abuse. Before then, our footprint there was almost non-existent. So now the GBI has 2 priorities. Number 1 is violent crimes against children, and the other crimes against the elderly. And we do a lot of training to local law enforcement in working the elder abuse crimes, because it's virtually unknown. It wasn't recognized, let's put it this way, even by our agency 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's a major case.
And
what we're seeing now, though, is
Yes.
it's not only the physical abuse of the elderly, but it's the financial exploitation.
Yes.
That is that's what's happening, is basically being unworked.
I don't know, as a side suggestion, there are correlations between, if in the probate courts, you'll see guardian ad litem appointed, and there are direct correlations. And my wife did this work for a number of years, and so it doesn't do it now, but she did for a while, and you could see a direct correlation as the guardian ad litem were appointed for elderly individuals, and they had members of the family clearly exploiting them for their checks, Social Security checks often. So it's tragic, and it's happening quite a lot throughout the state. On a different topic, though, so I just raised that with you because you may find that there may be some utility in having some discussions with probate judges across the state. You're probably already doing that. So the other point was I know that your agency has been working hard on also fighting human trafficking and setting up stings on the internet.
Yes.
Could you speak to that for just a moment?
Yes, sir. We've got to have a dedicated group of agents who work child sex trafficking, and one of the mechanisms we use in working those cases is a sting operation. And what will happen is that the sex traffickers will advertise their product on Backpage or some of the other internet sites. They use coded words. They don't say, "I got a child I'm ready to sell for sex." When you contact them, they may say that. But what will happen is we will set up an operation and go to those locations and order up a product, escort service.
Mm-hmm.
When the person shows up, we do not know whether they're going to be a child, sometimes they are, or they may be an adult. If it's an adult, they're involved in prostitution. But we do rescue children. We had one where a 15-year-old child showed up, and she had a 2-month-old baby in the car with the trafficker, which is the way he's maintaining control of her. What's interesting when dealing with the adults who are involved in this industry, we debrief them. We don't arrest them if they're going to cooperate. We want to know from them if they know children are being sold. Sometimes they do, and they give us leads. But we debrief them, and what we find out is that the majority of them started out as children. They just that's their life now. They may be 18, 19 years old, but they started out 14 years old. And our typical victim is a girl, 14 to 16 years of age, who is a runaway. Many times they came from an abusive home or foster care. They have emotional problems. They may have substance abuse problems. They got mental health problems, and they run away from home. And how's a 14-year-old girl to live on the street? You can't. They get, within just a matter of a day or so, they're contacted by a trafficker who offers to take care of them, and then they're pulled into this lifestyle. What was important with this last referendum that passed the amendment, is safe harbor, to have dedicated funding for the treatment of these victims, because it is long-term. They're emotionally devastated, they got mental problems, and it takes a while, takes long-term treatment to do that. It's very expensive. Georgia's out ahead of other states, though, because we've recognized this, and this legislature has passed some of the strongest child sex trafficking laws in the nation, and also some of the strongest elder abuse laws, so.
Any other questions? Well, Director, thank you for being here, and we appreciate the information you provide us. We look forward to seeing what the government's recommendations are, and we may ask you back for just a follow-up once we have those in hand.
That's right.
I appreciate the information about Savannah, the morgue, and that crime lab that's being sought. I think that is a very important aspect of the work that you're doing, especially given the location of that particular facility, to be able to help out with southeast and southwest Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Powell? Mr. Al, how you doing? Okay.
All right, that was our last one for the day, right? So
Been a slave driver, Mr. Chairman. Pun intended.
Well, not even going to touch that one. We're adjourning early, by the way. Saved you 10 minutes. So appreciate everybody else's attendance here today. And what we'll do is we'll circle back and go. We'll probably have some follow-up meetings with various agencies as we get the governor's budget. This was a good orientation to some of the issues that agencies are presenting to the governor's office. And then once we get the ongoing schedule, we'll meet again about those agencies we want to call back to look at any amended budgets. But I thank everyone's attendance here today. Appreciate it very much. Yes.
Appreciate you, Chairman. Alan.
Good to see you. Yes, sir. Good to see you, sir.